Hello, hello, and welcome! Welcome back to Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 1. We're getting closer and closer to the end, I want to say. I don't know. I'm just suspecting. But anyways, I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Let's get into this beautiful, beautiful game that is I think, fantastic first entry into the series. Its origins. Final Fantasy Origins. That's a game too, right? I don't know. I'm not too into those spin-off games and stuff. Hello. Hi. What's going on? Let's get into this. Yeah, I'm not too into the whole spin-off thing in Final Fantasy. Not too sure. I know there's like Dissidia. There is, I think, Origins. Isn't there one? Wait, is Origins the one that has the like cute chibi versions of everybody? That sort of, I don't know, has an abridged version of the whole franchise story, question mark? I really don't know, but either way. There's a couple of other games where I'm just not entirely sure what they are or how they fit into everything else. I know there's Final Fantasy Tactics, which apparently is in the same world as 12, I think. But Tactics is much older, so yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me, no idea. Though I think I'll have to look into a couple of those connections later on when we get to other games. Mainly, I think, don't we have the Crisis Core remake? Which I'm even not, they're calling it a remake, right? But, I don't know. It seems like graphically, when I looked at it in the PlayStation Store, it looked somewhat like Final Fantasy VII Remake. But, yeah, no idea. Anyways, we'll get to that when we get there. That's still a long ways away. And sadly, probably will happen after 16, but oh well. I'm still here all for it. I'm very much looking forward to just discovering a whole bunch of Final Fantasy over the year. Right, so technically this is my last save file, the quick save, right? And then there's the autosave too. Yeah. So as far as I've understood now is the normal save probably is the one that was available originally in Final Fantasy 1 and then quick save was kind of added. The only thing that makes me slightly confused about those options is why they just didn't opt for the normal save to just work as quick save, right? Because there's no real reason why it wouldn't. Maybe they did it for nostalgia's sake or something, because now, I mean, you could just quick save all the time, right? There's no real reason, unless, I guess, if you want to do like a second playthrough, right? Then you need the save files, or alternatively, if you want to, I don't know, test something, although it's not like the game has a branching story or anything. Then again, they probably just use more or less at least, use the same save system in all the Pixel Remasters, so maybe that's where it comes from, I don't know. Well, let me check and get my bearings. We went into the Sunken Shrine and defeated the Kraken at its depths, and subsequently allowed the Wind Crystal, no, not the Wind Crystal, that one's still missing, the Water Crystal, to regain its former glory, to regain its shine. But according to one of the people here in the village, apparently, I think it was those two to the left right now, they talked about translating ancient texts, and the girl said something along the lines of there's probably, you know, old treasures or relics in the Sunken Shrine that might allow you to translate old ancient texts. And there is still a section that I didn't go into, or rather a staircase that I didn't go up, in the Sunken Shrine, so I'd imagine that we'll find it there. I just quickly wanted to check. Sunken Shrine, yeah. What? I've opened 14 out of 32 chests? How big is that place? Hi, Charizard. That's pretty insane. Okay. I healed up, didn't I? Anything that I still need? Anything that I forgot to buy? I don't think so. Was it that? I could have maybe sold some things. That's about it. Right. So either this place is just insanely big and I didn't expect that, or alternatively it's... maybe it has 2 super large treasure rooms or something, because sometimes the game does that, right? Where it just gives you a room full of chests. Right. So, I'm 99% sure that in order to find the boss, I went downstairs, right? Because that was sort of my line of thinking. Since we arrive on the 3rd floor, according to the UI on screen. So I thought, might as well go down, because obviously after the 1st floor, I won't be able to go down further. So that was my idea. And I guess now we're going up, and hopefully we're going to find those treasures that I'm looking for. Ooh, hello. I feel like I've overleveled slightly, but then again, I've even turned off encounters from time to time. So I don't know why that would be. Yeah, might as well. Being higher level now, I still don't really understand the warrior class here. The warrior just seems incredibly OP. I don't know, because they get the most amount of HP over leveling up. They get the most variety in terms of weapons and armor that they can use, I think. Especially considering the... I mean, sometimes the thief can use that too. And obviously, I don't know about the monk. But the warrior can pretty much use everything you find. And yeah, they're insanely strong as well. Because at first, I mean, warrior in 14 is a tank, right? So they're really, really tanky. They have a lot of HP. They can also heal themselves quite well. But their damage is obviously substantially less than any damage dealer would be. So I don't know. My line of thinking was just, oh, maybe maybe the warrior here is at least somewhat similar to that. But nope, they're just straight up the best class, I would say. The only, well, I mean, the white mage as a healer is a completely different thing, and difficult to compare. The black mage differs in that they can dish out vast amount of AoE damage, as you can see here. The warrior cannot do that, obviously, by just by the fact that they're a melee class and are only allowed to target one target. Okay, it goes further up, so let's go left first and kind of try and do an anti-clockwise motion here. But yeah, I find that really peculiar. When I saw the classes in the beginning, I thought that the thief would just deal more damage compared to the warrior. Then again, with this type of setup, a thief class is a very weird choice to even have in the game now that I'm really thinking about it. Mainly because, well, I mean, melee attackers can only attack, right? There's not that much that they can do besides their basic attack. So a thief cannot actually do what thieves in games typically do, which is diamond armor. You know, steal items from enemies, maybe get preemptive strikes by, you know, sneaking up on an enemy. Sometimes thieves get, you know, stuff like poison daggers. They can throw out debuffs, or alternatively, they can, you know, they can make themselves fast. I mean, in terms of stats, the thief is a thief. That's true. I think they've got the highest, you know, evasion. But aside from that, they're really, I don't know. It's just not what you typically get as a thieves class. Wait, didn't I? What? I thought I got a diamond armor. Was it something else? Diamond armor. Armor crafts from diamond that guards against lightning. Okay. Wouldn't that be here? So nobody can wear that? Where? I'm still very confused what they're doing there with a couple of things, because that strongly reminded me of the way the spells have worked now, where for some reason I wasn't able to equip certain level 7 and 8 spells. Well, no level 8 spells at all, but also the rest of the stuff, for some reason I just... So maybe that is something similar here? Where's the... There we go. It's just slightly strange that the game, I guess, chooses this order to give you that stuff, because, well... Okay, I need to go to the right. Yeah, it just very, very strongly reminds me of the whole magic business, because I had MP for high level spells, I want to say, way earlier compared to the point where I was actually able to buy those respective spells. So, don't really know what that's about. So maybe I just now got this diamond armor, even though it's for later, question mark? There are definitely a few oddities here and there in Final Fantasy 1 where you're not quite sure where they went with that, right? Especially considering that the game's design, in a lot of ways, isn't... That always sounds so disrespectful when I say it, doesn't it? When I say, oh, it's basic or simplistic, that's not really what I mean, but I don't know how else you would describe it. I just find it weird that the whole, I don't know, armor design, spell design, it's really not super complex, but at the same time, they have those oddities in there where it's seemingly getting a lot more complex than you originally thought, but not really. Don't know what that's about, honestly. $16K experience. Light axe. Can equip that though. Oh wait, I already had that. Didn't know. Might have looked at that yesterday. Could probably also just do the single target thunder thing, right? With 3 enemies. Doesn't really make much sense to use the AoE since the point where my Black Mage deals damage, most of them are dead anyways. Oh boy. I just pressed... I tried to press circle to confirm something. So yesterday I set up both my Switch and Wii U for Zelda, obviously. Mage's Staff. I think I already had that at some point and wasn't able to equip it for some reason. Oh wait, I am. Ooh. Staff that casts fire when used. Right, and this one... Okay. Let's see, I think that's the first staff that I equipped that has one of those additional effects. So if I'm now just gonna use a normal attack... You know what, let's try it. Even though fire won't be that great against these guys. I want to see if my normal attack now just straight up is Fire, because that would be pretty insane, honestly. No. Okay. Then I'm not really understanding what they mean by being used. Let's go with the normal thunder. Maybe it's gonna cast that at the same time. I don't really understand what that description is supposed to mean. I was slightly... I mean, that's why I hadn't used the others, because I was slightly confused what that means in terms of... Yeah. So maybe... Items? But now it's equipped though, right? So I won't be able to... But I guess that's what they mean by being used? So is it just that I can essentially now use one of these staffs and it'll do that effect that is described there? That it's healing? But will that consume the item? That would be weird. Well, anyways, thing that I was mentioning, yeah, I set up my Switch and everything, and on Switch, a lot of the time confirms, I think it's A? Yeah, it's A, which would be circle on the PlayStation controller, but obviously here, X is always confirmed. Which is also funny, considering that I think in Japan, it's the other way around, right? So in Japan, circle would be confirmed, and X is going back, and for some reason, Nintendo kept that with A and B, but PlayStation at some point flipped it over. Or maybe they did that not by themselves. They can drop worm killers? What the hell? I guess it didn't necessarily did that because they wanted to, but rather because Western audiences might have just interpreted the X as confirm for some reason. Although an X, especially in Windows, for example, was also the opposite. Very weird either way. Why is there two pathways to the side? What the hell? That's strange. Also an insane number of doors. Honestly, that's the... Oh! Wait. Are we now in Mermaid Town? Oh, my prayers have been answered. Prayers for what? The door wasn't closed. Are they meant to be imprisoned or something? I was gonna say, the game went a little bit nuts in terms of, you know, chests. Diamond armlet. I'm not able to equip that either. Because, I mean... As I confirmed before going back in here, this thing has, what, 34 chests? And I think, it just doesn't have enough variety to really warrant that, I want to say, but If the light of the sea is lost, we will turn to sea foam and vanish forever. Light of the sea? You're talking about the crystal? Wasn't the crystal lost though, technically? I mean, it turned off, if you will. Yeah, I wish they would have maybe introduced a different background or something for this. Like, actually make it look like a mermaid village. One of our friends went to see the world above and hasn't returned. I wonder what she's doing now. I do hope she's alright. I mean, she's probably the one that gave us the submarine, if I had to guess. You can breathe underwater. How? How? Wait, are we even underwater? I was under the impression that the sunken temple shrine. I want to call it sunken temple. I think that's from another game. The shrine isn't actually completely underwater, but maybe it's supposed to be, and it just, I don't know. Maybe that's just a visual thing. Okay, seriously though, do I have to go? I'm slightly afraid to go either left or right, because sometimes whenever you go out of a place, it just puts you back, you know, to the start, which in this particular case would be near the submarine in the village. So I'm not entirely sure if I want to go with that. Thank you so much. Now the beauty the stretch of sea once knew will surely return. Well, hopefully. Are those the crystals the legends speak of? Just who are you? Wait, have I gotten an encounter here? Is this not... Do we not have random encounters here? It's considered to be the actual mermaid village? Are they living in these weird huts that all look exactly the same and don't have any interior? It's the uppermost level of the shrine. The Kraken, the fiend of water, nests on its lowest level. Right. Well, it did rest there. Not anymore though. While the fiend of water lives, the light of the sea grows ever darker. Oh, wait. Did you go that way? Yeah, I don't think there are random encounters here, right? That's neat. Diamond shield. Alright, so now we have a full diamond set that we're not able to equip for some reason. Great. Love to see it. Always like it when games force you to carry around a bunch of items that you just cannot use, but you know you have to use them at some point later on. The Mirage Tower stands in the desert to the east of the continent, right? Well, I saw someone go into the tower. I heard the most lovely chiming sound. Okay. So how'd they do it? If the light of the sea is not restored, we will vanish. Get to that upper one. I think I opened all of them except for the top right one. Oh, wait a second. Oh. You can't actually get to that one. Maybe the map loops back around, so if I go this way, will I just appear on the other side? Ah, well, okay, how does that make sense exactly? I mean, I thought that it was a really, really clever thing to do that in the overworld, right? Because it gives the impression of an actual globe that you're traveling across. I guess, I mean, this is a magical temple, right? So it works. Hey, the Rosetta Stone! That's what I was looking for. Nice. Just don't exactly know who to give it to. Diamond gloves and a diamond helm. It's a full diamond set at this point. Just wish I was able to... Okay, so I feel like if there is a way to still obtain both the exit and teleport spells, which I wasn't able to equip last time I checked, I feel like I'll get them at a point where I don't need them anymore, right? Because we've already explored everything, but... Oh well, if that's the case, then that's the case. Right, so now I pretty much want to just go straight outside, and then we need to look for the person that can translate stuff, I guess. I don't know if they're gonna... I have a feeling we're just gonna learn the language or something, right? And then we can just go back to the what was it called? Wing of the Hawk. Yeah, I think the city in the mountains was Eye of the Hawk, and then the Wing of the Hawk is where the weird people resided that we weren't able to understand. Yeah, might as well do that. I can heal up in a couple of minutes anyways. When we're back in town. You know what? Seeing another one of these encounters again, where there's 9 enemies at once on the screen, I do actually wonder how or why they came up with these numbers specifically. I mean, ultimately, I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. Having the ability to have 9 enemies on screen certainly does allow you to introduce encounters like this one, where there is, you know, variety. But they're not really doing much, honestly, with that, right? Because there's no interaction between the enemies. It's not like one of the enemies is shielding the other, or they're casting buffs on one another, or other things like that. So technically, there isn't really much reason behind a bunch of enemies being on screen besides, oh, it's harder. I don't know. It's just a very, very curious number. I wonder if there's any reason to it, right? If there was any inspiration, or another game that just so happened to also have 9 enemies on screen, and that's just what they went with. Just very unusual, considering that, for example, Pokemon, at least for, you know, most of their games, always went with the 1-against-1 formula. Although later on, and now with the World Championships, right, also having 2-against-2, so they've made it a bit more interesting over time, but I think 1v1 is still by far the most common battle type you're gonna encounter when you're just playing through the single parts of the game. It's an odd choice. Not gonna lie. Just trying to think about, what does Persona 5 do? So they have... oh, sorry. They have, well, also 4 party members, but you don't ever encounter... You can, I think, the maximum enemies you can encounter in Persona 5 is 5, isn't it? I think there's a couple of encounters where you have 5 enemies. But when it comes to Persona 5, they definitely have set it up in a certain sort of way, right? Where it's not necessarily that the enemies are casting stuff to sort of shield each other. It's just that Persona heavily relies on, you know, elemental weaknesses and the one more system, which allows you to make another attack if you hit an enemy's weakness, which is insanely fun. It's a really, really cool and nice system, and shows you how Persona, in a couple of, at least on paper, simple ways, is completely shaking up its turn-based system, even though in a lot of ways it's still very much your basic old-school turn-based RPG system, yet it also has very, very distinct features that make it flow so much better and have, you know, an insane amount of variety and things that you can do and quickly change with your party, like the baton system, right? Being able to pass your turn to another party member. That combined with the one more system and the enemy's weaknesses and stuff is insanely well designed. But yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, most most RPGs that I've played that contain like parties of 4 usually go with a lot less enemies. Although I guess if we're talking about CRPGs, then that goes out the window completely, right? I mean, Divinity Original Sin, for example, also has 4 party members for you, but the amount of enemies you encounter can vary greatly, but is also heavily dependent on what you yourself do, right? So there's technically situations where you can, if you want to, just draw in the entire map, right? So I don't know. I mean, for example, in my playthrough, there was a situation where you go into a pirate's cave and there's like pirate skeletons there, right? But at the same time, there was also ogres, not ogres, what are they called? Yeah, orcs, not ogres. Almost same thing. Anyways, orcs wouldn't really like that. But there was a bunch of orcs, and the orcs were trying to get into the cave too. So it was kind of a 3-party situation, right? The orcs were fighting both the pirates and me. I was fighting orcs and pirates were fighting orcs and me. And I accidentally triggered a huge encounter because I went into a locked room and didn't consider that behind it there was going to be a band of pirates that were playing cards. So they just pretty much, you know, drew their shotgun and said, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing here?" But because that room was very, very close to a combat site, if you will, like a pretty big part of the cave, and we had orcs and pirates going against each other in that pod, and because I drew the couple pirates that were in the room, essentially at one point I think we had about, I don't know, 20 enemies or something at once doing stuff in their turns, right? It's pretty amazing to see, but that's, you know, kind of more the unique part about a CRPG, because obviously it, you know, I guess in that sense is way more realistic, right? It's turn-based, but it takes into account having an actual battlefield and movement, right? And all that stuff that these kinds of turn-based games like Final Fantasy don't take into account. It's a strict, you know, back and forth between attacking and shielding and all that kind of thing. Right. Let's talk to the 2 guys that might tell us something about the Rosetta Stone. Wonder why he doesn't mention anything else about the Citadel of Trials. Sunken Shrine is said to be filled with riches, silver, gold, diamonds, even tablets describing lost languages and civilizations who believe the legends. Funny that she points out diamonds, considering that we've gotten a diamond armor now, right? You have the Rosetta Stone! You must take it to my brother Un immediately! Right, can you please tell me where the guy is? No? Shit. How am I supposed to know where his brother is? I mean, I remember a couple of these guys that look like him. Why the hell is he not telling me where... She talks about the desert. Suspect that his brother would look very similar to him, though, right? I think these guys are just mentioning the caravan and stuff. Shining object. I'm still not entirely sure what that warp core is supposed to be for. Well, thankfully now I do have an airship, so it is hopefully quite easy to just go around and ask different NPCs about where Un is. I want to say that before I found the Rosetta Stone, you might have mentioned where Un is running around. Also makes me wonder if I'm kind of done with this northwestern portion of the map now. It still has that funny little swirl on the sea, but it didn't really look like there was anything there. Because if we take the airship, right, this part just led to the desert, which we already entered. This part I'm talking about. No idea if there's going to be a reason for us to come here at any point. Because, I mean, it's connected to the parts where it just was, so maybe something's going to happen up here? I don't know. And then we went into the waterfall cave. So I suspect that the upper portion isn't really going to be that important. And then, I don't know, there's just a whole bunch of random places you could theoretically visit. I mean, we still have these things that I have no clue what they are or why they exist. Right, Citadel of Trials. Similarly, this upper portion here, I guess they just give you 2 different possible points where you can touch down in order to go to the Citadel of Trials, and I don't know. Still absolutely love this effect, right, that they're doing when you get into the airship, where they're like pushing the world map kind of away from you, that it looks like almost like in Animal Crossing, as if the globe is sort of rolling over. But then also adding in that these towers and stuff are actually, well, not really 3D objects, but a 2D sprite that is on a different sort of 3-dimensional plane to the actual world map. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Right, I guess I'm quickly gonna go talk to these guys. I do have a couple of thoughts as to where his brother could be. So if he's not here, maybe that's him? Have you visited the Wing of the Hawk? I can't assume what they say. Okay, that's not him. Yeah, there are definitely a couple people that look like the guy that mentioned, hey, you go talk to my brother. Legend said, could sorters build castles above clouds. Okay, so you're not the guy either. That is certainly one portion of the game where I just wish they would have included multiple NPCs that tell you, you know, where to go. Crimson High. Optical illusion, everyone knows where A is flat. Yeah. Right. That's why you can go around, right? If I leave the left part of the map, I appear on the right one because it's flat. There was a scholar studying on the video, but I can't seem to recall his name. Yeah, it's Un. I know his name, I know his brother, and I have no idea where the hell he is. And nobody seems to want to talk to me about it. Guess we have to cross the entire world map again in the search of some random NPC that we need to talk to. It might be the guy in the city that was influenced by the Earth Crystal having gone dark. Because there was a guy there that mentioned something, oh, I know a lot of stuff, but, you know, nobody appreciates me or something. And he looked exactly like those guys with the long blonde hair. So that's why I was thinking maybe it's his brother. But I also thought that it would have maybe been a bit closer to the actual city of people that we weren't able to understand, but yeah, that doesn't really seem to be the case either. Unless I can just magically understand them now, but I highly doubt that. Right. Let's just go visit the place. I'm trying to learn that right now. I found the Rosetta Stone in the sunken water shrine, and the guy that was mentioning the language in the other village, said I should talk to his brother about it, because apparently his brother is very knowledgeable with ancient languages, but I have no clue where his brother is, and he just says, yeah, go talk to my brother Un, but neglects to mention where the hell his brother lives. See, I was suspecting that it was this guy. Ah, there we go. I did remember him always saying that he knows a lot. I don't really know, I don't remember his exact line, but he said something, oh, I know a lot. No, wait, he's the guy that always said, you know, I'm like a super well-known archaeologist or something. And then he went, wait, you don't know me? I cannot believe that, you know, how do you not know me? I'm super important and stuff. Yeah. At least I remembered him. Just a moment. Let me see that tablet. This is the Rosetta Stone. This makes it possible to decipher Lufanian. I thought it was hieroglyphs, but no. Yes, of course. That's what that was. It all makes sense. Here, allow me to express my gratitude by teaching you Lufanian. We're just gonna learn an entirely different ancient language. Sure. I mean, I feel like my classmates would have appreciated learning Latin this fast. Back in school. Yes. Warrior of Light already knows how to nod, which is a very important skill in Final Fantasy XIV. There, you can speak Lufanian too. Cool. Just quickly installed an upgrade to Google Translate on our smartphone, I guess. And then he just goes back to restore the crystals to grace. Well, to be fair, I feel like the entire city is kind of a graveyard, right? Because it's been, or was about to be ruined by the Earth Crystal, or the corruption of the Earth Crystal doing its thing. So I guess technically you could say that most people here are hanging around gravestones. There's a bunch of them. Well, I mean, the power of the echo, we would have to have some other ancient primal giving us those powers, right? And failing to mention for 10,000 years what it actually is. Right. So we now can just use the language, so might as well go back to those people and talk to them. Also, just quickly take a look. Okay, I did grab all the chests at the Sunken Shrine. Slightly annoying because that really means that aside from the Chaos Shrine, which I suspect will be coming back to maybe towards the end of the game, I'm only missing this one chest from the Marsh Cave. I don't know where that was, or why I even missed it, because I even went back there eventually. Right, I think this is where we had to go. And then we can walk over to the other city, and hopefully, now that we can understand what the hell they were saying, they might tell us where we can find a floating city in the sky. At least that's what a couple people kept mentioning. Or alternatively, they're gonna give us some basic hint about how to enter the tower in the desert. Could also be the case. Oh wait, I always forget that these guys don't really have that much HP. That's complete overkill what I'm just doing. Oh well. Yeah. You should really do that. I don't know how this even works. Like, how is there a town with, you know, a lot of people that can still speak some sort of ancient language? Like, first of all, that's super weird that these guys are even still around, but then they never... I guess it's difficult to get anywhere from here, right? Technically, they cannot have any interaction with the town in the mountains because they would have to cross the mountain somehow, and they cannot do that for some reason. Although technically, there needs to be a possibility to be able to do that. Maybe it's just really, really difficult. But yeah, they're kind of away from everything else, so I get maybe that they wouldn't really have had that much interaction with other civilizations. We are the Lefanians, the descendants of the race that once lived among the clouds, the Sky People. You use a vessel you call an airship. It was built by one of our ancestors, a man by the name of Sid. I do know that name. So Sid has been building stuff, and specifically airships since 86? When did this game release? That's a long history. No wonder that Garland Ironworks is so accomplished in 14. He's been on it for a very long time then. We just waltz into the city, right? Last time we were not able to understand a single word of what they're saying. Come back here a second time and they just... Oh, you can understand us now. Oh, great. Learned our ancient language in like a day. So then why did Sid... I guess he didn't really bury the airship in that other small desert by choice. It was probably stranded there or something. The light bearers. Then the legend is true. We have a legend that has been passed down through many generations. According to this legend, 400 years after the fall of the civilization in the sky, warriors bearing light will come forth to save our people. Great. That actually makes a whole lot of sense, though. So, the reason they fell out of the sky then was because the wind crystal got corrupted. Meaning that wind ceased, or at least weren't strong enough anymore to keep them afloat, I guess. Magical wind, whatever they used. That's why they fell. I guess still decided to just stick around in this part of town, or... Castle that floats high above the clouds was once the home of our ancestors. The Mirage Tower is the gateway to that castle. Nice. Okay, so that's why it exists. I was wondering how this would connect back to the tower in the desert, but that makes more sense now. Placed our last hope in the 5 warriors we sent out. It's been said they fell victim to the curse of the fiends and were turned into bats. Oh. Like the one vampire we fought? Well, there was only one guy, not 5. Daylight Zeal, yeah. Came to believe there was another entity controlling the 4 fiends. To ascertain its location, we sent out 5 warriors, but much time has passed since we heard from them. I hope no harm has befallen them. What's that about 5 warriors all of a sudden? Okay, this is pretty much what I was suspecting the entire time, though, is that there is some sort of additional being, ancient thing, powerful entity that would be behind it all, right? And the 4 fiends that controlled or corrupted the 4 crystals were just, you know, doing their job with each respective crystal, but there had to be some governing entity behind that plan, if you will. I mean, I had a thought here, right, about that maybe if they sent out 5 warriors, maybe we are either their descendants or somehow got infused with their souls. Something like that, right? Where we as the Warriors of Light are the ones that were sent out originally 400 years ago. What about the 5th person, though? Maybe their problem or error was that they sent out the warriors to each respective fiend location, plus a fifth one to whoever was supposed to control those fiends, and they tried to fight them individually rather than as a party of 4, and that's why they failed. I wonder if they're gonna go with that. Before you leave, legendary warriors, take this chime with you. It will grant you passage into the Mirage Tower. Cool. We actually got tipped off about this already by somebody in one of the villages, where they said that, what was it? That they heard like a beautiful chime or something emanating from the tower, so I knew that there was going to be some sort of sound-based entry clue, I get. I never played Xenogears, unfortunately. I watched a bit of a playthrough from another streamer once. I think that was... No, that was Xenoblade, never mind. Xenogears is one of the old ones, I think? It's a memorable tower level, among other things. Are they even connected? Somehow they have to be connected, right? Or do they just share very similar names? Tiamat blocks the power of wind, the source of the Sky People's strength. Okay, so Tiamat, for some reason, some ancient super dragon, is the 4th fiend? We struggled for our very lives with Tiamat, the fiend of wind, but our powers was not enough. To this day, her lair remains in the castle in the sky, the Flying Fortress. I find it strange that they... Both the Fiend of Wind and the Fiend of Fire get a lot more characterization than the others, or than the other two. First is just a Lich, and the third one is just a Kraken. But the second one, what was her name? Miralith or something? And the 4th one is Tiamat. No idea how they came up with that. We've been talking about it in Lefanian. I don't know, somehow these things always get... I mean, it has been 400 years, right? So those things always somehow make their way through multiple civilizations and legends. They could have... I mean, maybe they drew something, right? Maybe there was some sort of stone slate with those legendary warriors depicted on it, and somebody picked that up and said, oh, there's going to be 4 legendary warriors that are going to come and help us. 400 years ago, we built a civilization of the highest order. Even beyond the skies we reached. However, that is naught but history now. This setup is honestly really cool. This world is composed of 4 forces: fire, earth, water, and wind. Of these, we showed greatest prowess with the power of wind. High in the sky, we set a castle afloat in that azure sea of stars. I really wish that they would have had... I mean, well, the Sunken Shrine is still pretty cool, right? Connects back to mermaids. I think it's also pretty awesome how you enter it through that submarine and everything that, you know, precedes that, with having to go into the desert, rescuing the fairy. But still, there was definitely... They kind of missed the mark on characterizing the Fiend of Water a bit more. And similarly, the first one, I feel, felt very kind of non-existent in a way. It felt like, oh, there's going to be, or there's just this weird entity that is corrupting the crystal. Which at that point made me believe that they were not even gonna, you know, have any characterization for the enemies you fight, but instead would just display them as, oh, it's some, you know, evil ghost force or something that we have to fight. Curious choice, because I feel like it would have been really, really awesome if they had maybe already mentioned at the start of the game, or it had, you know, strewn in hints about 4 possibly very powerful beings. I don't know. Okay, Xenogears, the RPG, Xenosaga is a haphazardly related semi-sequel. Nice, that's a very good description. Xenoblade is only the most tenuous connection. Okay. I mean, Xenoblade just came to mind because Xenoblade Chronicles 3, that's the newest one, right? That released a couple months ago. Fix it in the sequel. It's... I'm just really wondering what happened with their storytelling, because, well, to me, and especially with how the game starts, right, with being very, very simplistic, oh, there's a princess, go rescue her, castle, blah, 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 right, feels very, very fairy tale, basic legend story-like. And as the game goes on, there's been definitely a couple of surprises. I mean, I won't pretend that the game's super complex or anything with its story, but especially considering what these characters are in later entries of the series, I want to say that they actually, with what they had, they did a lot. It's just that it feels a bit inconsistent. Because sometimes they will have cities with a lot of unique NPCs, everybody says something else, right? Everybody has unique dialogue. And then the earlier cities, sometimes you would have 3-4 NPCs all say the exact same thing, and also sometimes really, really like short sentences as well, right? And now suddenly they're saying, you know, 3, 4, 5 dialogue boxes at once. And then, yeah, there's the Merilith with the Fiend of Fire was, I mean, it's not like she was characterized super well or anything, but at least she had a name, and there was something that related back to her in terms of what was said. Specifically, also at that point, we heard about the whole, okay, 400 years ago it was wind, 200 years ago it was water, now it's earth, but fire was supposed to happen in 200 years as well. But Merilith kind of woke up early because we dealt with the earth guy. And now it's Tiamat? I don't know, it's strange that I wonder if it's just... But it feels like that part would be the easiest one, right? Just adding a couple of dialogue boxes and maybe a name to the bosses that already existed in terms of design and well, gameplay. Why not just give them a name? Strange choice. Some of the same deaths were involved in all 3 bits, long story short. Yeah. Well, it always is with these types of things, right? I need to look into that. Eventually, I think, hopefully, at some point, I'm gonna get to Xenoblade Chronicles. So, because at least, you know, those are on the Switch and we'll be able to play them quite easily. So at that point, I can also look into the history of the series, but... NPC premium package. I really want to know what happened there. Like, It could also be, maybe it has something to do with translation too. I mean, you never know, because Japanese can be very, especially Japanese names, right? They can be very descriptive already. So sometimes Japanese names will just be a color or, you know, a certain thing, or at least it will contain the kanji that are related to those, right? So maybe it's also something where they just had certain kanji or something that related to each other with the names, and then when they translated it, they kind of struggled with how they can still capture that and sort of gave up. I don't know. Could the mechanical beings our ancestors created still function? Well, one did. Flying castle floats on a blue sea of stars beyond the sky. Cool. Okay, already talked to you, and Sky people would pass on their memories from one generation to the next through rituals. But 400 years is a very long time, and those memories have begun to fade. Understandable. Yeah, maybe those rituals are the things that... because for rituals, you don't necessarily have to understand the language, so I guess we can assume that maybe some sort of scholar visited this place, wasn't really able to talk to the people, but was able to witness their rituals, and through that kind of got a glimpse into, hey, by the way, there's going to be 4 legendary warriors that are going to come back and save our world. Okay, so another weird connection that I just made here, that could be totally random, but it's still funny, is how... Well, I'm watching Critical Role, right? At least I got into it with Season 3 and have been watching that. And there's also ancient civilizations that had mechanical beings that had floating sky cities that eventually crashed. For different reasons, but it's a funny connection too. Another one of those strange things. How are there so many connecting aspects to all of these fantasy stories? To a certain degree, it makes sense that they exist, sure. But the more I get, especially into the history of these RPGs, I feel like there is just a crazy amount of connecting points. I mean, they all have their own version of it, and it all works, right? It's not that it feels like they copied it over from somewhere and didn't put in any effort to make it make sense, but it's just so curious. I mean, Xenogears sounds, from the way you're describing it, sounds really, really awesome. The most JRPG's JRPG. I guess I'll have to put it on the list. Considering that I just started looking into all the Final Fantasies, it's probably going to be some time before I'd be able to do that, but yeah, it sounds pretty awesome. I want to say there's also some... Maybe that was Xenogears? I have to take another look at that. There was also another series that I was potentially interested in that was very old, but also regarded as a pretty cool old school series by most people, that also released, I want to say, around the time the first sort of Final Fantasies came out. Okay, well, now all that remains, though, for me currently is that we need to go to the desert and into the tower. And hopefully, I'm going to be able to enter the Sky City. Find Tiamat and get the 4th crystal up and running again. How many could there possibly be yet? Well, I feel like it's significantly more than 15, honestly. Well, 16 in a couple months, because of all the other stuff that exists. I mean, I know of people who, you know, swear by Final Fantasy Tactics. To be fair, Tactics would be a really cool title to look into because it also heavily relates back to the Stormblood Alliance raid series in 14, which arguably wasn't... The raids were great, the story was a bit lengthy. They felt like they went a little bit crazy with, you know, very, very lengthy conversations in the story itself. But I know that I think it's related to Final Fantasy 12 too, so might be worth to look into that at some point. And then Crisis Core, I think that relates to Final Fantasy 7, right? So there's a bunch of other titles too. Although I don't know how important they're always going to be, how much you really need to know about them, right? I should probably save. Yeah, Tactics is... Well, I also really enjoy that gameplay, I think. Tactics is kind of the... Well, I don't know if it's the origin of that type of gameplay, but I think I would really, really like to play it. I just don't think it's really available unless you're emulating it, maybe? I'd need to look into that. Yeah, Crisis Core sort of supposed to add on to 7's story, I think, but I've definitely also heard a lot of people saying that they didn't really enjoy sort of what they added with it, so I don't know how important it would really be. But then again, according to with Crisis Core and everything going on, I think that it would be interesting to get into. Especially when people are a bit on the fence about that sort of stuff, and when they're when there's these weird elements that get added onto it, and a couple people like it, a couple people don't. I'm just very interested in seeing why certain elements are liked or not liked. I think I've definitely also seen quite a few people that were somewhat disappointed in 7's remake, that it would integrate a couple of elements that originally didn't exist in 7, but were added on later by other entries. Yeah. Oh, there we go, Mirage Tower. Oh, that looks fun. Is this just going to be sort of a spiral that we're walking upwards in? Oh boy. And of course a gigantic middle room with a ton of chests. Wait, so you can either walk around the outside or you can just take the doors, but then you're missing out on all the chests? Funny concept. Wait, might as well grab everything. Ooh, hello, Black Knights. Who are you guys? What makes more sense? Let's try fire, I think. Yeah, they clearly wanted to add something to the remake, which is very understandable, because they also kind of had to with what they decided to do with it, since it's, well, split up into multiple different parts, which I wasn't really a fan of. And I heard about it either way, even though I hadn't really played 7, but I was... Whenever they announced that they were going to do a remake, I thought that it would be great to play because, well, as I mentioned multiple... Oh, there's another one of those mechanical things here. As I mentioned multiple times, I haven't really played those games. So I thought, oh, hey, might as well play the remake. That will probably be a very cool entry point into all of it. But when they announced that they were gonna, you know, significantly change it up, add in different elements, and also split it up into multiple different parts, at that point I honestly became quite disinterested in it. And I just didn't really think that it would be, well, interesting for me specifically, since I thought that it wouldn't really be the original experience, so what was the point? And I still think that from the parts that I've seen from the 7 remake, it's got its fair share of problems. Might as well throw out a small heal. And in terms of fashioning something new, yeah, now I appreciate more that they were going for that, because, well, once I knew that it would probably make sense to just play the original as well, I think at that point I just said, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna play the original then, and that's fine. So that's okay, but... Oh, a Vorpal sword, what the hell is that? Can I even equip all that stuff? Seems like none of the things that I'm finding right now is even equipable by my party. But then again, in terms of 7's remake, the one thing that I was kind of disappointed in, though, is that they didn't change up the writing. Because that was definitely, at least from the couple of hours that I played it, that was tough to get through. It presents itself as being very modern in so many ways, and then it has just, I don't know, the way it all comes together, it feels very weird in parts. It's sort of modern in a way, but also keeps a lot of the awkward old school stuff around, and then, I don't know. But still probably going to be a very enjoyable experience. And I think if I played the original one first, I might appreciate more what they were trying to do with it, or, you know, how it's changed up or not changed up. Okay, what is going on here? Master, we have waited so long. What the hell are you going on about? This looks like I might have to... Like I might have to activate something eventually. Right, the 2 plates that are alternating with the red color. Snort. What does it even do? Has it ever hit me? Not too sure. Okay, is this just for flavor, or do the plates do anything? Have I missed a chest? I don't think so. With all these pillars standing around, sometimes it's difficult to see if there's another chest. Oh, your chimeras. What the hell is that? That second head looks like it's behind the lion, right? So it's a dragon and a lion head? Might as well go with a big one. Yeah, that's it. at least some parts what it felt like to me is parody movie is a very, very good way to describe it, because it's very, very awkward in places when you don't know the original. It's definitely, I would say, the problem isn't so much. It's just difficult to appreciate, and it's difficult to make sense of what they wanted to do with it when you don't know the original. Which is weird, and I guess it might also just have been my perception of it, right? As I said, when I heard that they were gonna do it, for me, that was sort of, oh, cool, finally a way for me to get into Final Fantasy beyond 14, right? But it very much doesn't feel like that's what they tried to do. It honestly just feels like they tried to make something for original fans of the game and didn't really care about new people playing it, which is fine. I think that's, if that's what they were going for, that's pretty awesome actually, because obviously then they can completely focus on actual fans of the series without having to maybe think about, you know, explaining new elements or other things to newer players. But at the same time, I don't know, it was very awkward in terms of a lot of stuff. Arguably, it was also strange because they, I don't know, the way they marketed it, with it just being called Final Fantasy VII Remake for a long time. I mean, it's still called that, but it's part 1, right? And now the next one has some sort of subtitle, but the first one didn't. And it's all very, very just strange. And I think, well, if there were people who maybe bought the game because they thought, you know, oh, cool, a way for me to get into Final Fantasy, I feel like most of those people would have been somewhat disappointed with what they got and might not even buy the next part, so it's... Wait, which dragon's eyes? One of the opponents that I just fought? What the hell is that? Guardian? Do they have 4 legs, or are their arms just very low? Looks weird. Why not? Ooh, the hell is that? That looks awesome. Ooh, they also have very, very high physical defense, it looks like. Or not. Oh, no, never mind. I always forget that my warrior is equipped with a magical sword. Which might mean... Should I change it up for my thief then? What does my... Oh, wait a second. I think my thief is still running around. Yeah, he's still running around with the coral sword. Spellcasters, dragons. Let's maybe go with the worm killer, considering that technically we're gonna go up against Tiamat eventually. That's a good point, yeah. With older games like this, it would be pretty awesome to see their concept sketches, because sometimes especially with the pixel art, it's sometimes quite difficult to see what they were going for. I'm also guessing that the Pixel Remasters, at least to some degree, try to, you know, stick closer to the original in terms of the sprites. At least that's what it feels like, without really knowing the original. Okay, if I want to enter the door, I think I have to go this way, right? Yeah. Hello, blue dragon. Good thing I equipped that worm killer, huh? .38's cute though. I guess it's... maybe the dragons are thunder based and so they take very little damage from thunder? Maybe they're more weak to ice? Let's try this one. I'm guessing these guys are supposed to be fairly close to those mechanical robots we keep talking to though, right? Because it seems like that's what they had here. Some sort of mechanical guardian. God, every time I see the chimeras. Reminds me of having to go in and out in 14. And every single time I still need to remind myself, you know, whenever that... What is it, level 40 dungeon? 38? I think it's level 38, right? The one that has a chimera at the last... as the last boss. I always need to make a double take and remember that dragon is in, like dragon eyes, and the other one are out. Okay, I guess these plates are just background. They look awesome though. They're cold-blooded. True. Typically, ice deals more damage to dragons though, right? At least it does in Pokemon. What? Why is there Thor's hammer in this game? Okay. Sure, I guess. Wait, don't tell me my white mage can... No. Nobody can equip it. Not entirely sure how we're able to carry that thing around, but at least nobody can equip it. Cottage. Sunblade. Can equip that one, though. A sword that is effective against the undead. That's a tough call. I mean, technically it has a higher attack value, but I feel like with my current one... Well, that highly depends on how the game calculates that, right? So if this still counts as a magical sword, then technically I would still deal more damage. But going off of the effect of deer, I would guess that this doesn't really work. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't really need dragon mail, holy shit. I don't really need more damage at this point. Picking up so much armor that I'm just not able to equip. Let's try Blizzard. Doesn't Norse Thor have a hammer too? I mean, yeah, they're all based. The dragon's names, isn't that Norse mythology too? Tiamat. Wait, is that North? I always keep confusing all the mythologies where things come from. But I always thought that Marvel didn't actually do that much original work. They just pretty much copied what was already there. At least in terms of the sort of basic idea. Oh, it's Sumerian, okay. Okay, so the enchantment is not there, yeah. That makes sense. Well then Marvel did add, I guess, one cool detail. Aggressive dim-witted redhead. I don't think that's how he... I've definitely seen small scene from how he's portrayed in the new God of War. Guess he's not as dim-witted there. Well, maybe not the most intelligent person either, though. A friend left on a journey to the west. Ah yeah, that's the guy that took the warp cube, yeah. He took the warp cube and went to see our master. Master, huh? So is their master supposed to be to the west too? I love this tower design, how it constantly gets smaller. It's a very, very awesome way. Medusas, okay. It's an awesome way to design a tower in this sort of 2D plane. Might as well just use up my healing stuff. Hey! Oh, can't even heal when somebody's turned to stone. That's interesting. Well, I mean, that works too. Didn't I pick up a spell that can unstone me? Cure stone, yeah. Do I need the other two? It doesn't matter. I have a billion ethers anyway, so... Oh! Wait, we already at the top? Well, to be fair, this is meant as a... I guess... introductory dungeon to the later parts, because technically this is only getting us up to the Sky City, right? But then we probably still have to deal with another dungeon that then contains the Wind Crystal, I would guess. Use the warp cube to travel beyond the sky. It will take you to the Flying Fortress. Right. Wait a second. So... Oh, right. The chime only makes it possible for me to enter the tower, but I need the warp cube too to now actually be able to go to the Sky City. Okay, makes more sense. Wonder if we need the rat's tail too, because it's interesting that imagine coming here without having picked up the warp cube. I would have had to go, you know, essentially back through all 3 floors of the tower, back to my airship, fly the airship over to where the other guy was, go up the river, go behind the waterfall, go through that cave, go back through the cave, back through the river, back to the airship, back to the desert, into the desert, 3 floors up, and then we could continue. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad. I want to say that they give you enough hints about there being something behind the waterfall very early on before you even know about anything city flying. So I guess it's fair. But suppose this is also definitely one of the quote-unquote old school parts of this game, right? That they don't really care about your time or anything really in that regard. If you haven't seen or haven't done what you needed to do, then it's just screw you, you know. Go back, get it. Oh, this looks funny. Right, so we can go up. Honestly, seeing as it seems like we're getting closer and closer to the last dungeon/dungeons, I do very much appreciate their design. They never force you to explore the dungeons entirely. I mean, I'm still doing it because I want to pick up the chests. But the way they're designed, like the layout, most of the time allows you to almost skip vast sections of dungeons. Sometimes. which is honestly quite nice. I want to say having an option is always nice, but also they give you enough incentive to actually go and visit all places inside of a dungeon because of the vast amount of chests. More level ups. Chest contained razor. Whatever that is. Probably a sword. Yeah, I really don't understand what's up with this equipment all of a sudden. And that we're not able to do anything with it. So stupid was it? I mean, to be fair, in terms of dungeon design, I guess they were pretty much aware of people potentially having to go back to certain places and constantly travel back and forth through their dungeons. So by doing it this way, you're most likely going to grab all the chests first whenever you get to a certain place. But if you do actually have to go back out and find another key item that you didn't have before, then you're able to go back out and in and can just skip over a couple of sections of the dungeons. Which is nice to see. It means that in terms of level design, they definitely thought about it a lot, and they... I don't know, in general, they were very clever in a lot of areas where I didn't actually expect the game to already be so sophisticated considering the time it released in. Death Knight. Which is... Having said that, I think at least to an extent, the reason why I thought that these games might not contain those, you know, cleverly designed level elements is because a couple of more modern games, or games that released somewhat recently, at least in comparison to this, don't do that at all, right? And they're sometimes really, really bad when it comes to level design. So I guess I always thought that at least certain elements, like being able to skip sections of a dungeon in order to maybe be able to come back there multiple times without it being too tedious. I thought that a couple of those things were more recent additions to RPGs or games in general, but seems like they already existed back then, but possibly were just forgotten by some game designers over the years. Which is also a very, very different point when it comes to looking at old stuff, because that's not only important in game design, it's actually very, very important in a multitude of areas. Oh, hello. Earthquake. So that's like the earthquake that I can do, just with a different animation. I can just knock somebody out right away. Interesting. Well, let's revive them. So I guess in terms of game design, right, if you want to be a good level designer, for example, you definitely need to look at the classics and see their successes, but also their failings, and understand why they did certain things and how it helped or didn't help. And then that allows you to ultimately be better at your job, right? And be better in game design and level design. Enemy design. all the other things that, you know, are related to it. The reason why I'm bringing it up too is because I recently watched a video about the fast Fourier transform, right? The algorithm that allows a lot of our modern day signals to be broadcast as quickly as we do it all over the world. And one detail that I didn't know either is that Gauss, at the start of the 19th century, apparently had already discovered that formula, but just decided that it wasn't going to be too important, or that he didn't really need it for anything, right? So he just sort of made a note of it, but didn't publish it or anything, and it just appeared later on in I think one of his books, and well, that was it, right? And nobody really took note of it. Might also have been because, well, back then that sort of fast signal processing just wasn't really required, right? The technology just wasn't ready, but the idea had already existed, was just never picked up by anybody. And so essentially much later on, after the Second World War, people kind of rediscovered that, but on their own, right? Not looking at Gauss's notes or anything. Just made me wonder how often throughout history something similar happened, where somebody had already discovered a very, very important aspect and something that we're using on a daily basis now, that in theory could have existed way earlier if, you know, we just looked through old notes of people that had already written that down. Though, to be fair, nowadays it's much easier to look at notes, right? For a long time, people throughout history had to write stuff down on paper, and it had to be kept somewhere, and somebody had to keep it beyond that specific person's death, right? So it was way, way easier to lose important information, you know, before our modern day digital era that now allows us to keep vast quantities of data to the point where we're keeping way more than we actually need. We couldn't resurrect dead party members. Yeah, that is something. I mean, death in video games is such a cool thing if you actually do something with it, and so few games decide to do that, but because that sounds awesome. It is a very, very difficult thing to pull off, because, well, you also don't want the player to lose, you know, beloved characters, but it can be really, really impactful if you do it right. Or if there is a chance to get them back. I mean, in that particular case, if they did come back as vengeful ghosts, then maybe you could include some spirit temple in the game that would allow you to cleanse their spirits and actually bring them back to the party, right? There's so many really awesome things that you can do with it, and very, very rarely do games actually take advantage of it, I feel. Oh yeah, that detail I've also heard, yeah. It was invented really, really early on. Though in that particular case, it was actually invented, right? And people started using it. Maybe not, you know, as vastly or widely adopted as it later was, but... do I want to do that? Might as well do a normal attack. For a stone golem, these guys don't really have that high physical defense. But yeah, the reason why I love that detail with a samurai being able to send effects to Lincoln, it just shows how, I want to say, sometimes our perception of time can also be pretty wonky. I'm always reminded of that when, you know, when we're talking about train connections, right? Because, I mean, with, you know, transportation changing and cars, especially gas-fueled ones, you know, being very problematic, and countries want to transition to more, well, train-based transportation, or at least improve their trains. Sometimes it's really crazy to me when those connections got established, right? Because they were around way, way earlier than cars were. For some reason, cars still became a thing. I mean, sure, they're way more individual, right? It allows you to travel like you want and don't be dependent on train schedules, but still, I mean, curious that it was possible for cars to become so widely adopted, even though technically a pretty good alternative had already existed almost 100 years prior. Well, not 100 years, but 70 years or something, right? I guess it depends on when you count cars being widely adopted, because it still took some time for most people to actually have one, especially in Europe. Party members would simply die, you'd recruit new ones from the next town. Yeah. It is difficult to pull off a cool death concept when you also want your party members to actually have a cool and meaningful story, right? The more you put into their characterization, the more difficult it becomes to include those death elements. But then again, maybe especially RPG developers should also look to make their RPGs less lengthy, instead making them more, I guess, vertical, right? If you're thinking of length as sort of the horizontal time axis and vertical as the depth of certain elements or gameplay elements of the game, I feel like a lot of games would benefit from maybe just being shortened, but instead offering more depth. And you could do that, right, if you would include more party members that maybe you couldn't actually discover all of them during one playthrough, but instead either you do multiple playthroughs, or in case somebody does die, it's actually a death, right? And something you have to deal with, and there could be a quest connected to that where you're going through their funeral or something. But then you could pick up another party member that otherwise would only be available in a second playthrough, or something like that. But yeah, there's just a ton of stuff in that regard where it's very, very difficult to pull off, and it needs to be there from the very beginning, right? It needs to be a staple of the game's design. It's not something you can just on a whim decide to, oh yeah, sure, we're gonna include that. Can't equip the white and black robe either, okay. Not really sure what I'm picking up here. Or maybe I just missed another very important thing? Yeah, the whole moon landing, that's another crazy detail, right? It also shows what we can accomplish if we want to, which is honestly, it's what's always so aggravating when people are saying, oh, you know what, I don't know, not that electric cars are the, you know, solution to everything. I mean, obviously there's still a huge problem in terms of actually producing them, right? Needing like rare earths and for the batteries and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a simple solution, right? It's obviously, as always, vastly more complicated than a lot of people would like you to believe. But I think if you really look at whenever humanity as a whole, or you know, powerful nations or anything to that degree, whenever they wanted to do something, we just kind of did it, right? It might sometimes take, you know, 10, 20 years for it to fully get adopted or to really make a breakthrough, but eventually that will happen. So it's always just kind of sad when people say, oh, no, I don't want to do that, or that just takes too long, or it's too inefficient, or whatever. Yeah, it's inefficient now, but what about in 5 to 10 years, right? Don't you want to have like a really cool, I don't know, like what if we are all self-sufficient in terms of producing electricity in 20 years, right? That could happen if people want to. I mean, imagine if that was just a non-issue, right? You wouldn't even have to pay for electricity, which is always so crazy to me that, well, okay, you'd still have to pay for the upkeep of the technology that's behind producing it. I get that. But, I mean, I do think that I could be able to just, yeah, I don't know, everybody just has, you know, electricity producing wind turbines and solar panels and stuff on their houses, and that's it, right? You just get that stuff pretty much for free. Curious to see how big this place is. I'm on level floor 2 now, right? Technically, we've also already been through the tower in the desert, which might mean that they have possibly shortened this a little bit. What the hell is that? Oh, the adamantite! I completely forgot about that. That was one of the dwarves, right? The dwarven smith wanted to have adamantite for us to, I don't know, get some special weapon, I think? That's very random. Maybe that's missable? Is it just supposed to be, oh, you can get a very strong weapon if you want to, but you don't necessarily always get it? And we have to go further up, right? Yeah. Might be worth to use a couple ethers on my black mage here in a couple minutes. Stop slowing down my party. That's crazy though. The slow effect is much stronger than you'd think just by the description of the spell. But that makes a huge difference. Well, mostly also because it seems to, instead of you being able to hit for like 7, 8, 10 times, it immediately cuts it down to like 1 or 2. Which is pretty crazy. Okay, this place continues on for quite a while. Oh, the design of it though. Incorporating those towers in the background. It really does look like a former flying city, right? Okay, some sort of weird device here in the middle. Maybe this is the top floor technically, aside from maybe the last one with the boss on it, question mark? The observation window looks out upon the world. The 4 forces of fire, earth, water, and wind appear as mists converging on a single point. A point at the center of the 4 altars. This must be the location of the Chaos Shrine. Ah. There we go. So I was right in my assumption that the Chaos Shrine would play a role at the very, very end. Awesome. From this observation window, you can look out on the entire world. Yeah. That's so cool. Bringing it back to that first thing too. Is it even worth healing? Oh, really? Might as well use up those. I love that attack animation. That's so cool. Sound design is top notch too. Although I'd imagine that's also partially the remaster here. Okay, so once we've dealt with the wind crystal here, I guess I can pretty much just straight up go to the Chaos Shrine, back to it rather. Aside obviously from going to the Protect Cloak, going to the dwarves and getting that weapon forged. I feel like I still haven't used all my key items though. As if there's still something else to do or something else to discover. I mean, that's the same weirdness that's going on with all the equipment that I'm finding, but I'm not able to equip. But the problem is that I've been everywhere multiple times because I was always looking for stuff. So it's not like there's some sort of crazy secret place or something where I could, I don't even know, upgrade my party, question mark? It's not that I need to either, because I feel like I'm pretty strong already, but I don't know. It would be neat to be able to utilize all that stuff. But then again, I mean, I'm still not through here, so maybe that is something that will come up after I'm done with the Wind Crystal. Maybe then we're like strong and can use that stuff. I don't know. If that's the case, it would be strange because, well, you get everything, like all of the equipment and the ability to purchase like multiple spells and stuff. But then they don't really allow you to do anything with it. Just heals for a ton. The thief is having trouble to analyzing Tiamat. No known weakness. Oh. Sounds bad. Yeah, because my my warrior is using an enchanted weapon, or a magical weapon. So they're doing way more damage than my thief. Wonder what Tiamat's design is going to be. In theory, it should be a dragon, right? What? Vampire Lord? Keeping with the tradition of bringing early game bosses back as normal enemies, I see. Really didn't expect these guys to be here. Although, my thief has the worm killer equipped, right? So it might be that that's just kind of ineffective against normal enemies. Ah, well, it's fine. Okay. So is this their ancient machine technology? And because Tiamat more or less attacked the place, it's trying to find a weakness? Let me see, I need to check on one thing real quick. Oh, that's fine. Okay. So the left part is the next staircase upwards. So let's go to the top first and then to the left. Such a cool animation. And I still love, I mean, of course it's been there the entire time, but I still love your party members sort of turning around, right? Trying to instinctively shield themselves from the incoming attack. It's a very basic animation, but it works really well, I think. Just adds that little bit of detail to the combat. Also, my Black Mage is gonna run out of spells here, real quick. So the Ethers are really gonna come in handy, and are gonna be highly worth it. No gil. Is there a gil cap, by the way? Because I'm vastly approaching 1 million. I wonder if the cap is 999,999. Would kind of suck to hit that. Not that I ever, you know, need more gil ever again, but wasting it would feel bad too. Oh, wait, that plate is where we came from, right? I was slightly confused why there was another... Because we're constantly teleporting around. They're not actually staircases in that sense. Might as well throw it at party fuel. Wasn't that much damage, actually. Saskia's blade? What? Isn't that from an anime? I think, maybe? What's up with these random weapons that are suddenly thrown at you? Oh yeah, now an Ether would definitely be worth it. That's my last AoE spell that I'm using now. Yeah. I mean, I have so many, might as well just throw down a couple, and then I can do more healing if I'm actually approaching Tiamat now. So looks like we're slowly getting to the end here, possibly. Yes. Or no. Or do we? What? The hell is this? Oh. Huh? Okay, what exactly is this supposed to be? Oh, You know what? Maybe I am spoiling myself a little bit by using the map. At least to a certain extent, because I think that maybe this place is meant as a, well, not a maze, but kind of the opposite, that it just continues on forever, or that's what it's supposed to feel like. And so if you didn't have the map, you would maybe just run around trying to find the place that actually leads you to the next stage. Because it loops around, right? If I was to go continue left, I would just go on forever. But since I have the map, I can look at where the exit is. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it. There wouldn't really be any point in me just wildly running around at this point, because I'm definitely at least over-leveling the normal dudes here. Well, yeah. Definitely a cool idea, a cool design idea. I don't know if it really makes that much sense. Maybe you could think of this place as sort of a sphere that is, I don't know, has some sort of artificial gravity to it, and so you're kind of looping around the sphere looking for the next teleport plate. Bit of a stretch, but at least in my mind it kind of works. There we go. I think now we're getting to the end. Yes, that very much looks like the end. All right, let's just walk up to the place, and I'm gonna do pretty much a full party heal once I'm getting close to Tiamat. Why are these weird plant things here? What? They existed in the rivers. Huh. Strange enemy choice. What level is my party? 45. All right. Just throw out huge magical AoE. There we go. Boom. Things are gone. Right. There we go. So let's do our full party heal. Also do the, where are they? Ether. You know, might as well. I have the gil. Just do a full heal. Safe. Mr. or Mrs. Is Tiamat typically displayed as male or female? Because I know I think in Final Fantasy 14 they swapped a lot of the genders around when they adapted the dragons for the game. It's kind of funny to see sometimes. Not that it really matters, but maybe they were also genderless, seeing as they're dragons in their original mythology. That's so weird though, isn't that? That's exactly what I was talking about. The Lich, Merilith, the Kraken. So one of the three just randomly actually having a name, and the other two are just the Lich and the Kraken. Right. You have defeated 3 fiends and reached my lofty perch. It's pretty cool, though. It makes sense for Tiamat to be in the skies, right? All the better. May the image of Tiamat, the fiend of wind, be the last to burn in your eyes. Cool, dude. Also didn't expect Tiamat to have, what, 6 heads? Or is it 7? And one is just not visible. Huh. Okay, there we go. I'm ready. I didn't double check, but I'm pretty sure my thief should still have the worm killer equipped, right? Let's just go in. I don't yet know if Tiamat's gonna use any special elemental attack. So, do you want to go with evasion or protect? Let's go with evasion first. I feel like that's always a good call. And then let's just see what my strongest blizzard spell is doing, because I could throw it a stun. Scourge definitely won't work. Yeah, just want to see, like, gauge what kind of damage I'm able to deal here. 160, okay. 18. Blaze, okay. Null Blaze might be a good idea, definitely. 102, okay. That was with the Worm Killer, though. Right. Okay. This finally looks like a proper tough boss fight, because I expect this thing to have at least 2000 HP, probably. So that's going to take a while to get through, with not really being able to deal out that much damage per turn. Right, so... I could use one of these. Let's do a high potion on the thief, because he's already getting low. That was Blaze. I almost expect Tiamat to be able to use multiple different elemental attacks, though. So maybe doing Null Blaze isn't actually going to help that much. Though it would help more than Protect, because Protect against physical strikes, right? Thief is going to attack, because he's got the Worm Killer. Let's do a... Should I do a Null Blaze or a Party Heal? Nah, let's do a Null Blaze. Null Blaze. And instead of trying Blizzard, let's try Thunder. Okay, a bit less effective. So I guess I'm gonna stay with Blizzard. That looked like the Tiamat's physical attack wasn't really doing that much. It was against the warriors though, so I imagine that maybe against one of my other party members it would hit for quite a bit more. Also, did I just miss my Null Blaze on 2 party members because I raised their evasion? Is that really a thing? Seriously? Right, cool. Well, I guess the warrior's gonna heal then. Let's put a high potion on the Black Mage. Let's attack with the thief. Let's see. I could try Silence. Possibly. Could do a Protect 2 though. Let's maybe just try the Protect, because if I can hit the White Mage and Black Mage will probably be way more susceptible to its physical damage, so maybe this particular setup isn't even that bad. Right. And just go with the Blizzard attack again. Ooh, Poison Gas. Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. Did not expect that. That was also good damage, though. Wait, so is poison gas a physical attack? No, it would be magical, right? Oh boy. Healing might actually be somewhat of an issue here. Okay, can my warrior use this too? Is that a thing that can happen? Defense max HP. Could raise my max HP, but honestly at this point, not too sure if that would help. Sword that casts Blink when used. Hammer that casts Thundara when used. Or are these... Wait. So I cannot equip them, but I can use them in battle, maybe? Is that the point of it? No. Because I cannot use the ropes, right? Rope that guards against fire and instant death. Cast Invisor when used. Yeah, the whole using, like, weapons and stuff is still weird to me. Okay. Let's do a potion on the thief. Let's attack again, and let's do a big... Restores a lot of HP to the entire party, yeah. Definitely need that. And another blizzard. At least I should be around, you know, an HP value. Well, now the big heal went out, but... I wasn't... dying. Ice Storm. Great. So, as I suspected, Tiamat can do multiple different elemental things. So the Null Blaze isn't that effective, all things considered. Might as well just do another high potion on the warrior, and then I can throw out another big party heal with my white mage. Difficult to say. Maybe I'm about halfway through its HP, possibly. Okay, big heal again. That was good. Thief is still missing some, but that shouldn't be too bad. Staff that casts... Do I want to try using some of this stuff? Blink. No. I think what that's going to do is... essentially it's going to equip it to the party member that is currently... But wait, if I'm not able to equip, for example, Thor's hammer normally, is it just not going to work if I try it in battle? Or is that a bug and they didn't think about it? I don't really want to test it out, to be entirely honest. Should have probably tested that in normal battle. Okay. I mean, I could do a normal attack. Maybe I get lucky and hit him for a lot. Oh, you know what I forgot? Didn't I get a second worm killer? I feel like that dropped for me at some point. I should have equipped that on my warrior. That would have helped a bunch. Just do a normal attack then. No way to go around that. I could try a silence. If I'm getting lucky, that would help out a lot. Or I could go with the preemptive heal. You know what? Let's try silence. And another blizzard. Yeah, I feel preemptive heal might have been a better idea. Because if he starts off next turn again, being first to attack... Yeah, okay. Warrior attacking, I feel like, doesn't really make much sense. Okay, that was a miss. Right, so let's get a high potion on the thief. Let's do another attack here. Let's do a big party heal here. And another blizzard. Okay, phew. At least that was not that strong. Yeah, sometimes it feels like the bosses are wasting their turns when they're doing like small normal attacks like that. But it does also seem like they're essentially almost, I want to say, cycling through a specific rotation. Not exactly, you know, on a very strict pattern, but at least in terms of, okay, spell, 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 normal attack or something like that. Okay, maybe I should get the speed drink onto my... Where does it make more sense? Maybe the white mage? Because then I could potentially cast, you know, that stuff early. Let's just try another silence. Maybe I'll eventually be successful. That was already 6 blizzards though, so definitely a whole bunch of HP. Okay, fortunately another miss. I'm kind of still doing fine on HP. Might as well throw it a... I don't want my thief to die. That would suck to bring people back. I think it's possible. I don't think that I would be... It would be too difficult for me at this point to bring the thief back if he would die, because the warrior essentially can kind of act as a healer through items now. Hey! Null Blaze does help a bit though. The quicken item didn't really help that much with healing though. Unfortunately. So I guess that wasn't really worth it. Let's maybe just temporarily raise max HP of the thief, right? I mean, considering that he's always the one getting slammed by Tiamat's attacks. Craze McCormick, hi, welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. What's going on? Hope you had a good stream. I'm finally getting into the, well, at least what feels like the later stretches of the game. Fighting Tiamat, currently trying to get the Wind Crystal back up and running. And it is definitely one of the lengthier boss fights of the game so far. A lot lengthier than the other ones. I really wonder if Protector Invisibility is gonna wear off at some point, because I've never seen that happen. Welcome in, everybody. I think I'm already about 70-80% through Tiamat's HP here, but I don't know, so... Definitely already cast 8 blizzards. I could try fire. Let's see, thunder didn't really do that much, so maybe fire's gonna be the way to go. Whoa! Wait, the Giant's Tonic gives you 200 additional HP? That's way more than what I was expecting. And another miss on the silence though. Okay, that's awesome. Well, at least my big party heal is really worth it now. There we go. Fire wasn't that effective, so let's go with the thunder again. Should be getting towards the end of 2. Hey, nice! I did it! That's Tiamat gone. Yeah, after this, there's definitely going to be one more dungeon, because they already gave us a big hint that the Chaos Shrine is going to be the last location where we need to get to after activating all the crystals, right? Because here in the floating Sky City, there was a cool glass globe type of thing that showed all the energies essentially flowing into the Chaos Shrine, which I think is a really, really cool idea. Certainly not unique in terms of storytelling to bring it back to the starting location, but nevertheless pretty effective, I think. This was a really fun boss fight. Really, really liked it. Now I'm honestly, I almost wish that the whole protect and invisibility stuff would fall off a bit more, so that you had to reapply it from time to time. Because now, after I applied a bunch of stuff, my white mage pretty much just did some heals. So the boss fights could still, you know, have a little bit more variety here and there, but this was really, really fun. Let's do a quick check on Tiamat's HP. Why am I missing a couple here? I guess I must have just been a bit unlucky in actually seeing these monsters. Because everything else afterwards I've seen. Well, not this thing, but... Oh, now we're really already... There isn't that much left, huh? Wow. I didn't know I encountered that many monsters already. Okay, 2,400 HP. So even more than I thought, although 2,000 was my rough estimate. Well, yeah, that combined with... Okay, I could have made it significantly easier for myself had I given my other worm killer to the warrior. But now I could use the warrior as kind of a, you know, item usage machine, so that was fine too. But I think it was cool that Tiamat didn't really take that much damage from the Black Mage's different elemental spells, because the Kraken took a lot of thunder damage. So even though... What's the comparison there to the Kraken? Where is he? There we go. 1,800. So it's, in theory, not that different from an HP perspective, but I was able to get through his HP much, much quicker because my Black Mage dealt over 350 damage per turn, I think, with the big Thunder spell, and both my melee attackers actually dealt significant damage too. Whereas against Tiamat, normal melee stuff was pretty much out of the question, except for the added effect of the Worm Killer. And then even the Black Mage's very, very strong spells didn't really do that much. So it was... the fight was a lot more extended compared to the other ones, which I definitely appreciated. Might as well save real quick. Let's see what has changed. Yes, let's leave. Because I don't know if it's the right call to go back to the Chaos Shrine directly. There might be a couple other things that we can do. Oh, okay. I was confused for a second why there were two locations on the map here, but that's because of the Flying Fortress counting as a separate location to the Mirage Tower. Which I also think that's another one of those really, really cool additions that they're doing over time, where, you know, earlier dungeons were just a dungeon, it was the same location, and now they've transitioned to the tower leading into the Flying City. Ah yeah, we have the Sunken Shrine next to the city here too. I'm just really wondering what I could have potentially missed. Because I feel like I mean, I can definitely come back to the sages at the Crescent Moon Lake. Because I want to say that those guys said something along the lines of return here when you've reactivated all 4 crystals. And then we can go back to the dwarves to give the smith the adamantite, which is probably going to do something. Then again, in order to be able to enter whatever lurks below the Chaos Shrine, I'd imagine I need to return to the sages anyways? Question mark? So... Well, first of all, let's head back to the airship. Hey, this guy's actually called Tyrannosaur. This might have been one of the monsters that I didn't see so far. Pretty sure I've only seen the red one. Yeah, it might be worth it to sort of do another round through the cities across the world and check out if something either has changed or additional avenues of for item acquisition have shown up. So far, no. Which is why I want to go back and check on everything. Because I feel like I've somehow missed a bunch of stuff, potentially. Because I still am not able to equip a bunch of things and not able to get the level 8 spells. So there's certainly a bunch of things that I can still do. The only thing that I'm slightly confused by is that I've, in my quest for looking for the airship and looking for a couple other things, I always thought that I had already talked to a bunch of people a bunch of times. So I was quite unsure where I could even still look for something that I haven't seen yet. But, I mean, this feels like the perfect time to figure that stuff out, right? But let's go to the sages first, after stocking up on my resources that I don't really need, but yeah, looking at this, I really didn't use as much high potions or ethers as I would have thought I'd use. I don't really want to sell stuff either without knowing if I'd be able to equip more things later on, though. I'm just going to return to a shop once it's more clear what I can or cannot use. Do these guys say anything else? Might as well talk to them too, right? You know, conversations like this does make me wish that we'd be able to tell them what we've done, right? Hey, by the way, buddy, we found the Levy Stone. It's really cool. Oh well. Let's see. 12 sages are we, guided to this land by the stars and prophecy. Oh, wait, did he say this before? The 4 forces gather in the Chaos Shrine, the geographic center of the 4 altars. With the forces again flowing freely, the time to go to the Chaos Shrine and strike at the root of darkness has come. Okay, so he definitely said something else beforehand. Because even though I suspected that the Chaos Shrine was going to play a role still, specifically because it's displaying that I still have, I think, 7 chests to find or something in it. So I was suspecting that I was going to go back there, but the whole thing with it being the center of the forces of the 4 crystals, that's pretty cool. Did not see that coming. The 4 crystals shine once again. The combined power of that light is the only means of breaking through the wall of time. Say what now? The architect of this disaster is beyond that wall, 2,000 years in the past. Okay. I guess that explains... Well, it doesn't really explain, but it... Huh. Well, to a certain extent, that makes sense now that this had something to do with time intervals. So the culprit behind all of it is 2,000 years in the past, but the things that were meant to happen with the 4 crystals was 400 years ago, 200 years ago, now, and in 200 years. Why? You would have no memory of this, but before you wandered into this land, time flowed properly for you. Oh. But that flow of time has become warped for you now, in this time. Wonder if that relates back to what the what are they called, Lufenians were saying with them sending out multiple warriors? Maybe whoever's responsible for all of this, maybe that was their way of getting rid of those warriors? They just sent them into multiple weird time dimensions, and that's us now. Chain of time has become looped back upon itself. You must travel back in time to the link in that chain that gave birth to the cycle of wrath and destroyed it. A sequence of disasters that began 400 years ago. It was triggered by events that happened only a scant few days in our past. That is so awesome, though. I did not see that coming at all. They were in some sort of weird time loop. But, so the world goes through those essentially 4 disasters of the 4 crystals giving out all the time. Okay, so the 2,000 years that he was referencing, is that the actual time then? Outside of the loop? Does that make sense? So... well, not really, right? Because I was thinking that maybe if the 4 crystals had already given out once, and that was sort of the first loop, then that would have taken 1,000 years. Or 800 if you count the first one occurring right away, maybe. And then it's 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600. But if that was true, then... if it's 2,000... yeah, then we would be kind of missing 200 years, right? But whoever set this in motion has now fled 2,000 years into the past. I see time spiraling. Whatever went back 2,000 years in the past has brought the world to the brink of destruction, and now, 2,000 years later, it travels into the past again. A cycle of wrath without end. An ever-repeating 2,000-year cycle, the warped destiny that gives birth and rebirth to wrath. So because whatever's done this traveled back 2,000 years, that's kind of the loop. I was just trying to connect it to the 200-year intervals of the crystals. Which that doesn't really seem to fit, but maybe I'm missing an additional thing that happened either after or before that. But it's no more than an illusion, a fantasy. A final one, if you will. And only the Warriors of Light can break the cycle. Bring the light of the 4 crystals to us, Warriors of Light, only you can do this. Power must be directed toward its proper end. So that was a hint at the 4 crystals' power being redirected to the Chaos Shrine then? 400 years ago, it was wind. 200 years, it was water. Then came earth and fire, the four forces that make up the world. So, did we essentially break the loop by waking up Merilith first? Or quicker than she was supposed to? Since we dealt with the Earth Crystal? I guess at that time, the loop was already sort of, not broken, but heavily distorted. Because it just didn't continue to follow that same cycle of destruction. A cycle of wrath. See, he said that before, right? A cycle of wrath. I just didn't connect that to a time loop at all. So yeah, maybe we are the warriors that were sent away by those other guys. Because if it, in theory, only happened a few days ago, but it's a time loop, and now it seems like 2,000 years ago, then in theory, that just could have been us leaving, right? Okay, they definitely all reacted to me dealing with the crystals, but they didn't really have anything new to offer, or any... Because I was expecting them to maybe give us a new cool thing or something, right? Right. The big question now becomes, what else could I still do? Let's maybe just... I want to see if the Chaos Shrine has changed in shape or something like that. No. Still looks the same as ever. Right. Let's maybe head to the dwarves first. I mean, at least there I know that I still have to do something. Oh, it's also probably worth it to actually go back to the Sky People now that we've dealt with their home, right? A former home. Lolly ho! What's up, guys? Right. Most of them will still talk about whatever they talked about before. This guy's still weird to me. I'm looking for some Levy Stone. I really thought you were supposed to bring the Levy Stone to him. Turns out, no. He was giving you the hint about the nitro powder. He's talking about the canal. He just gives you a tip about the armlets. He's saying something about the smith. The earth is back to who it was for. Thank you, warriors of light. Cool. Boom. Just coming to the door. Bam. Adamantite. Here you go. Do something. Is this adamantite? Hoots, I'll use this to make you the finest sword you'll ever wield. Oh, yeah, that looks fancy. What? Done. In all my years, I've never crafted a fine sword. Go on, take her. She's yours. Huh. What? Right. Yes, we now have Excalibur. Nice. Still apparently cannot equip it. Well, that sucks. Yeah, there has to be something that I can do to allow me to equip all the stuff that I found. Yeah, see, I should have equipped the Worm Killer against Tiamat. At least that way my warrior would have been able to deal damage beyond just 20 or something. Where is it? Excalibur. A sword crafted from a legendary metal, effective against all types of enemies. So it just flat out deals additional damage, magic damage or something. Nice. Okay, well that means that I've at least done something with the adamantite. Although that was quite easy considering that I definitely remembered the smith talking about it and wanting to have it. See, the loot. I'm pretty sure that I've never used that anywhere. Even though I got it at the very, very beginning of the game. I think. Yeah. The crown I used for being able to enter the Citadel of Kryles. Kryl. That's somebody from 14. Trials. The Mystic Key is to open all the doors that are closed. The Earth Rod is to access the place where the Earth Crystal resides. The Levystone is to get the airship. Canoe is to travel on the water. Rat's Tail? No idea. Oxyale you get to be able to go to the Sunken Shrine. The Chime is to enter the tower in the desert, and the Warp Cube is to warp from the tower to the Flying City. So the two things that I haven't used yet are the Rat's Tail and the loot. Okay. And beyond that, it might be that some people have changed because they possibly think that now the Earth is back to how it should be, almost, considering that we still need to actually deal with the so-called forces of darkness, or whoever was responsible for everything. Yeah, it might still be that a couple of people will want to help us through other means. Oh. Huh. How do I always keep forgetting about those strange holes on the northern continents as well? I haven't looked at those yet. You know what? Let's go there first then. Because at least that's something that's completely new to me. These things. Okay, let's see. Southern tip of land. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they might be interconnected too, right? Right. Anyways, before I start them, I'm gonna take a really, really quick break. Because I need to go to the toilet. And on the back, we'll be looking at these weird holes. And hopefully see something, find something that's gonna help us, question mark? I don't know. Be right back. Alrighty. Back. Let's do this. I really don't know what to expect from these caves though. Or islands, or whatever the hell they're supposed to be. Let's see. Let's just do a thunder. The strangest thing is too that I want to say no NPC has ever really mentioned these caves to me. There might have been one somewhere. Maybe. Or maybe not. Dragon caves. Okay. So it very much looks like they're interconnected. I just... You know what? Before I go into them, I very, very quickly... I should have thought of that first. Okay, now they're also marked on the map. It probably makes sense to return to the Sky People first, considering that we've dealt with their threat, right? Because they might give us something. Let's see here. But also, you know what? Let's just... What level am I? Well, 45. Sometimes it's a bit of a strange call in terms of, should I turn off encounters? I feel like I'm definitely slightly over-leveled. Maybe? Yeah, that's a strange choice. I get it, right? They wanted to make the Northern Continent maybe seem a bit bigger than it is in terms of what you can do there. It works well at first, I think. It makes the place feel a bit more mysterious, right? Because if it's difficult to get to, you could think of it as, oh, you know, it's this place that not a lot of people have visited for a while. I think that works quite well, especially considering that there are some sort of ancient people that haven't really talked to many others in a while. Very much seems like it anyways. So them being, you know, out in the woods and difficult to get to, it makes sense. It's just a pretty big hassle if you simply just want to go back to them once you've already been there, but oh well. Kilo Ale, good morning. How are you doing? Yeah, maybe it would have been awesome if they could have included something like, oh, you know what, it's nice that you helped us out. We're gonna, you know, chop small parts of our woods down so you have an easier time getting to us with your airship. Definitely would have appreciated that. But, oh well. It looks, honestly, it looks more complicated to get to than it actually is, right? How many encounters do you typically get? 3, maybe, until you get to the city. And then at that point, you're also going to be over level 2. And you could just flee, probably. Okay, let's find out if any one of them actually says something else. Yeah, he was talking about the Warriors of Light. Warriors bearing light will come forth to save our people. I'm pretty sure that that's us. And through the time loop, we just forgot or something. Okay, so they're all saying the same thing. Please don't tell me that they're all just going to say the same thing. Warriors. It's so interesting to me that they're talking about 5 warriors, though. It's been said they fell victim to the curse of the fiend. Ooh, no, never mind. Weren't there 5 bats in that middle room in the Chaos Shrine? So maybe they're still there then. Okay, so it's not us. Yeah. I pretty much disregarded that comment about the bats earlier. So it's not us. I was gonna say that maybe the, you know, 5th Warrior of Light somehow got trapped in, well, not in the time loop, but sort of in that location in the Chaos Shrine. And so we're gonna find them there, but not really, apparently. Okay, I think this was kind of a waste of time. Because I think, yeah, they're all pretty much saying the exact same thing. Okay, never mind then. Bye, people. Unfortunate. Well, okay. Never mind then. Let's go to that dragon shrine, whatever that is. Kind of makes me wonder if that's where Tiamat came from. So maybe whoever's responsible for the time loop just convinced others like mystical beings of you know, well, not equal, but sufficient strength to help them. And that's how, you know, the Kraken and Tiamat and so on came to guard over the crystals. Possibly. So unless I need some sort of other item from wherever, maybe the rat's tail is going to be able to do something in that dragon's thing, shrine. So what else is there, really? And then maybe the loot actually comes into play in the Chaos Shrine. That would be pretty funny. We got the loot from the princess we rescued at the very start, right? I'm pretty sure she gave us that. Or was it like her father, maybe? Definitely someone from the castle, though. Right, so I just entered the 1, 2, 3, yeah, 6 locations. I entered the westernmost one. Let's just stick with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Maybe one is in a room here somewhere, or did I miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm pretty sure I only see 5 here. Well, either way, most of the holds pretty much lead to the same location here, though. Chest contained a tent. Hey, there's another Charizard person. Hey, buddy. You do not fear me. You have some spine in you, human. Well, because I've already met one of you guys. Oh, Was it the other Charizard that was the person that I mentioned that talked about these holds? If so, I think they were pretty... what's the word? Oh, a dry ether. What does that do? I don't think they were very specific with what they said. So there's 5 MP for each magic level? What the hell? Okay. I mean, that would be awesome if I needed more MP in a battle, right? Which I'm not entirely sure if I would need that. Also, this is a quote-unquote friendly cave without enemies, which I didn't really expect either. Yeah, the town where I fought the Kraken. It should be in stores, shouldn't it? At least towards the end of the game. It's the same with the potions, though. The potions, I'm very confused by why they made that choice. So there's one high potion, right? That gives you 150 HP, but that's super low now, considering that, for example, my warrior has over 800 HP at this point. So why is there no, I don't know, super potion? At least that way they could have also added in another way to get rid of your gil. You know, make the dry ether cost, I don't know, 10,000 gil or something. Once long ago, the Northland was filled with beautiful shrines and towering mechanical castles. So very long ago. Ah, so these dragon guys just live here, huh? Huh. The dragons of the Cardian Islands have no love of senseless killing. The Cardian Islands, huh? Still, like, why is one of you guys just out and about in a city and seemingly nobody cares that there's just a nice dragon running around in their midst? It's a rare thing to have humans visit us here. If you're valiant warriors, you should speak with Bahamut, our king. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Bahamut, my favorite. Okay, so a little bit of context to Bahamut. Not only do I absolutely love the backstory of Bahamut in 14, and you know how crazy it was with 1.0 and everything really that is connected to Bahamut, but I also happen to be a summoner main in 14, and I've always been since I started playing it. And as a summoner, obviously, you can summon Bahamut. So, yeah. Kind of my favorite dragon of all time. Wonder what he looks like here. I mean, if he's the Dragon King? Oh, wait, this is the correct one then, right? Ah, yeah, I think so. So let's do this one last. So I was correct in saying that there are 5 staircases that I saw, and then this hole probably leads somewhere else entirely. So let's do that one last. Yeah, the caravan would be such a cool place, right? At least they added in those other items that can like raise your defense and agility that are exclusive to the caravan. But still, that would have been cool to have like some really, really rare item. Maybe they could have even made it so that there was only a limited quantity of them. Although, that doesn't really make that much sense, but... Bahamut has always been your favorite? Yeah. Well, it's become my absolute favorite too. With just how crazy it is, and I don't know, he looks so awesome in 14. Obviously in the Raid series where you can fight him, but also that 2.0 trailer, right, with Bahamut coming out of Dalamud, that was... Holy shit, that trailer is still crazy. Also, Chaos Ghost! Hey, welcome in, Raiders. What's up? What were you doing today? Welcome, everybody. We are getting into the later end stages, question mark, of Final Fantasy 1 here. Have you spoken with our king, Bahamut? The Dragon King confers a great honor upon the brave. It is customary for dragons to venture northeast to the Citadel of Trials. There, we must test our mettle by claiming a token of courage from within. Now that almost makes me wish that I had checked out these holes before. I did not expect them to just be a friendly place full of dragons. The form of the token of courage changes with the times. Do not let its appearance deceive you. Okay. Yeah, getting a rat's tail was certainly quite the surprise, to say the least. Let's see what else we can get here. Once long ago, there was an age when man and dragon lived together. Another one of those themes that comes back in 14. Kind of sad that the dragons always seem to be the sort of outcast race. I wish there was a game where they're still living amongst people, right? And where that's completely normal. I mean, obviously there are other RPGs where that's very much the case, but I wonder if one of the Final Fantasies will have that sort of theme going on. Where it's not some ancient history that the dragons live together with people, but still very much present in whatever present day you're playing through in the other games. Bunch of Gil. I do very much appreciate that nobody seems to mind us just taking all their stuff every time we get somewhere. It's just, hey, come and buy, you don't know me, but let me open up all your chests and grab all your valuables and belongings. Only the true brave can obtain a token of their courage. Right. What's up, Chaos? How's it going? Hope your stream went well, and you're still on Dark Souls 3 or playing something else in the meantime? X potion. I guess there are different potions. What the hell is going on? Fully restores HP. Why is that? Yeah. Similar to the dry ether. I mean, I would get that the elixir isn't sold in stores, but... Main character in an FF game, dragon sitting on the couch drinking beer watching a sitcom. You know what? There should be an FF game where you play as... Or I guess they're doing that with 16 to a degree. But anyways, you know, you being Bahamut or something, be awesome. Playing Dark Souls 3. Ah, Pizza Tower. Side by side. Okay, that sounds very fun too. Mix it up a bit in between. I've seen Pizza Tower. That's mostly a, is it sort of a jump and run, if you will? Or does that still contain other elements that aren't necessarily super apparent when you just see a bunch of clips from it? It certainly has a distinct art style, I want to say. Okay. Well, I'm guessing this place just strictly, straight up leads to Bahamut then? Hey buddy, where you at? That's a long cave. What's going on here? That all the brave warriors he dealt with over time and their swords, or... Hey, the Dragon King looks within to measure a person's true courage. This is the chamber of Bahamut, the Dragon King. Mind your tongue, I will. Hello, Mr. Honored Dragon King. I'm here to give you the tale of a rat, I think. Warrior's Woods. Platform of... Okay. I mean, it looked pretty fun. Definitely a unique idea, I want to say. Yeah, Pizza Tower is one of those weird... I don't think I would necessarily enjoy it, but it definitely looks interesting right from the get-go when you look at it, just because of its fairly unique style. Long has it been since men of courage stood before me. Your bravery seems worthy of consideration. The rat's tail you carry is a fitting token of courage and strength. So be it. I shall honor you with titles befitting your valor. Oh, what the hell? It just changes how you... Did I say just? It actually changes what you look like? Wait, did it just... Knight, Ninja, White Wizard, and Black Wizard. It also looks like we actually grew up. Right? The pictures look as if we've like gone from being, I don't know, 18 to 28. Or even 35. And they just, I mean, okay, so the holes in the ground are quite the distinct feature, but I feel like since so few people mention it and it seems so random and you're just kind of occupied with a bunch of other stuff while you're playing through the game, this is... Well, is it really easy to miss? I don't know. I think eventually people, because I'm fairly certain that now I'm able to equip all the other stuff, right? Yes, definitely, okay. So I guess, yeah, it's an actual class upgrade. That's pretty crazy. Now I want to know what the others turn into. Red Mage and Monk. I mean, okay, so the game heavily points in this direction. Not in the direction of these holes, but at least in the direction of, hey, there's probably more to it. Because it's just so confusing to not be able to buy the higher level spells or equip the items you find. So I could have done this quite a while ago then, right? You can pretty much, as soon as you get the airship, you can just straight up head to the Citadel of Trials, because you already have the crown at that point. Grab the rat's tail, go to Bahamut and get the upgrade. And then you could just go through. So I guess I made it harder on myself. Not that it was exactly hard. Huh. Yeah, I can understand why. This is, I mean, okay, so yeah, as I mentioned, I was just suspecting that sort of you would be allowed to utilize the rest of the stuff later on. At first, when I saw, although it is strange, I guess I would be able to use the teleport spell now too. Because at that point I was speculating that it might just be that that's reserved for the red mage, seeing as I didn't have a red mage and that was another spellcaster. Okay, I'm just very confused by their class choices. And maybe that's also why I really didn't look for this, or didn't really look too much into it, because Warrior, White Mage, and Black Mage, those are your upgraded classes in 14, right? Whereas here, they're the base class. And then Warrior turns into Knight, which, well, okay, in 14, what are you starting with? What's the Warrior base class? I don't actually remember. It's been so long since I went through those base class quests. No, Gladiator is the Paladin's base, right? Wait, is it? Yeah, because Gladiator starts in Ul'dah and Warrior in Limsa. Marauder, right? Pretty sure it's what it's called. I'm just, okay, so, how did they come up with this stuff? Because, I mean, well, not here, obviously, since this is the first game, but because the ninja, that one fits. The thief, well, the thief is called Rogue in 14, but it upgrades from Rogue to Ninja. Here it upgrades from Thief to Ninja. And then I guess the White Mage and White Wizard, I mean, that just sounds more sophisticated, right? It's not really... Because that's totally different in 14 too. But really, really funny seeing that and how different it is here. Oh, that's really, really crazy that you can pretty much just straight up head for this too. Because I was suspecting that even if there was something like this, or you know, how the upgrade would work, that it would still maybe require... Because I was thinking that maybe after I obtain all 4 crystals, I was just expecting one of the sages in the Crescent Moon Town to say, hey, oh, you know, now you have all the energies together, go to, I don't know, that location and acquire more power, or something like that. But no, it's just straight up. It's really cool though. I like this. Because it's one sort of optional, fairly big side quest, I want to say. Not that the game really has side quests at all, but really, really awesome. That also now explains why you find so much stuff in both the Floating City and the Sunken Shrine that I just wasn't able to equip. Oh, I completely forgot about that possibility, yeah. I did discover that you can just park the boat in front of a river, but it didn't occur to me at all that you'd be able to do that on the northern continent. Oh, that's crazy. Wait a second. So how much... There aren't that many rivers there, though, right? The big one with the waterfall is inaccessible. But that's why the small one exists. I see that now. Like that small little lake-river combo that's north of the Citadel of Trials. Yeah. You'd be able to go there. It pretty much, you would be contained within that area. You wouldn't be able to get anywhere else, really, I don't think. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to get to Bahamut, though, right? So you could get to the Rat's Tail early, but the upgrade, you'd still have to wait for the airship. Which, to be fair, that's kind of back-to-back, right? Because the... Well, okay, so after the canoe, you still have to do the fire thing at the volcano and get the levy stone, but I want to say that's still fairly close to getting the airship. Holy shit. Okay, now I need to... Do you have anything else to say? Restore the crystals to grace, as says everybody else. Even though we've already done that. Well, I guess not entirely. Well, Bahamut's body here. Man. I really, really wish we would have met the original Bahamut in 14. The one that wasn't, you know... Because the one the Elegants used and encapsulated in Dollar Mode isn't the original one, it's the primal version, right? So they killed Bahamut during their attack on Mericidia and brought him back, or rather the dragons brought him back as a primal, and the Elegants realized that they could harness its power. And utilized Omega to capture him in the Lesser Moon, mechanical moon, and harnessed its power through the Crystal Tower. That being said, with the hints we've gotten, and the American Fan Fest not being too far away, maybe 7.0 is actually gonna get us to Mericidia. Now, the original Bahamut would still be dead, I assume, but I mean, could be that we're getting more dragon action and cool dragon interactions in 7.0. Might be further away, I don't know. Maybe we get that in 8.0. Or maybe it's going to be some sort of additional location like Bosja in one of the patches, but either way. Hopefully it's going to happen eventually, and at that point it will definitely be awesome to see. Right, nice. So now I can wield Excalibur. Sword crafted from a legendary metal, effective against all types of enemies. The upgrade's also pretty insane. So, what I'm not entirely... Maybe I should have taken a look at that beforehand. I mean, I didn't know that he would just straight up upgrade your class, but I imagine that the stats change too. Wait, the ninja has 100% accuracy? Okay. Nice. Sure. HP didn't change though, so maybe they don't. Maybe it's just purely, hey, you can equip other stuff now. Well, anyways, let's go through it. So Excalibur, obviously. Shield that guards against stone and poison. Not bad. So these are equally good. Diamond that guards against lightning. Well, based on Tiamat already utilizing a bunch of different elements, I would wager a guess that whatever last opponent we fight probably has either something completely different that they're using, or they're using all things at once somehow. So let's just go with this one, honestly. Okay, this is worse though. Diamond Helm, Healing Helm. Still not entirely sure how this works. Maybe it is when you click on... I think I should really test this. I have 2 of them. Might as well. Even if it does get consumed, which would be weird, but you never know. Male fashion from Dragon Scales. It guards against fire and ice. Oh, that would have helped against Tiamat for sure. From Diamond, that guards against lightning. It's funny that they combine fire and ice, but lightning's different. Well, whatever. Holy shit, this is such a crazy upgrade now, isn't it? Now that... So Sasuke, isn't that some sort of ninja from some anime? Am I wrong? I don't know. The reason why I know the name at all is because there is a fairly well-known Final Fantasy streamer that has named their second character after that. That ninja. So I don't know. Small katana used by ninja. Which I can now finally actually use. Fire or ice? Guards against fire. Let's guard against fire. Sure, why not? Giant's gloves, leather cap. Oh, now we can use the mithril helm too. Well, probably this one, because then I have more evasion. Feels more appropriate for a ninja. Oh, the growth. I wasn't even thinking about that. So maybe that would be... Wow. If that is the case, that the growth stats change, so you get more if you've already changed to the higher classes, that would be crazy, right? Because that would mean that I pretty much missed out on at least 10 level ups worth of additional stats, possibly. Which I don't think is a big deal, because it didn't really feel like the game's too challenging overall, but still. If that's missable, that would be crazy. But then again, it might not work that way. It's from Naruto. Okay. That makes... I was really confused, because I had in mind that the streamer I was mentioning, that they were talking about Naruto as well, but... I just hadn't thought about Naruto already having been released at the time this game came out. Maybe it did. It's always really strange, because a lot of those animes, like not original, but, you know, the animes that sort of first swept over to the West, a lot of them came over quite a bit after their original Japanese release, right? So Dragon Ball, for example, I think was the big one, where it was the original Japanese release was somewhere in the 84 or something, 86. And the first time it was shown in Europe was about 98, I want to say, 99. So like over 10 years after its original broadcast. So that might be somewhat similar with Naruto as well. Game was made in 87, Naruto was made in 99. Okay. Well, that is strange then. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, because it could have been, like, I never watched Naruto. I mean, I know that it's a thing. Obviously, most people probably know it. But I've never really watched it. So I wasn't sure if maybe some original first season of it or something would have been released before this game released. Sarutobi Sasuke is a ninja derived from Japanese folklore. Oh, okay, there we go. So they just all the ninja series and so on just had that as a place of inspiration. Right. Well, thanks for looking that up. That is a really cool piece of information. I did not know that. And I wonder how many Naruto fans know where it comes from. I mean, some probably know, but that's neat. And it's definitely one of the details that I love about these games, because, well, this is something that is derived from Japanese folklore, but then there are also, you know, we have Thor's hammer, that comes from Norse mythology, right? We have Tiamat. So it's all those different elements combined, but in a way that, I don't know, at least from my point of view, well, make sense is maybe the wrong way to say it, but it's not out of place, I think. Which, considering the vastly different points of origin, is quite a feat, honestly. I can't get over why the hell is the white mage, or I guess now the white wizard, why are they able to wield hammers? I would have never guessed that would be a thing before playing this game. Guess they're wielding Thor's hammer now. Protect cloak. A large cloak worn over armor. Also wouldn't have guessed that this is a shield type item. So is this the only shield item in the game equipable by the white wizard? Or am I missing something here? Because that would be interesting. Protect ring, ribbon, leather cap. Okay, nothing new here though. And then we have the white robes, which this is just straight up defense, right? And this is guards against fire and instant death. Casts in Inviscera. Inviscera? And used. Same stats. So this is better, right? Guess the white robe being the ultimate body armor for the white wizard. Definitely makes sense. And now I can equip the wizard staff too. Okay, he doesn't get a fancy shield though. Maybe I could have given him the protect cloak too. And we get the black robe, which a robe that guards against ice and time irregularities. Casts Blitzaro when used. So you cannot be slowed down. Or hastened, I guess. Awesome. Well, that was a crazy upgrade. Yeah, that's King Arthur's sword. Which is also wildly used in fantasy, right? I think a lot of series and games and all kinds of media always reference Excalibur. Right. I want to say, except for maybe a couple of small little items, bits and pieces here and there, I'm fairly certain that I've pretty much found and seen everything there is. Also grabbed most of the chests, I think, except for this one in the marsh cave, which is still annoying. But then again, I mean, I have... I can just do... I don't know if the game just straight up ends. I expect it doesn't really... Maybe it just lets you roam the world or something after it ends. Or maybe it's just going to revert to your previous save or something right before the end boss. Either way, if I want to grab... Because I think there is a trophy for grabbing all the chests. If I want to do that eventually, I can just quickly, you know... Might as well turn encounters off and look for the... that's boring. One thing that I almost forgot, though, are the higher level spells. Which should all be available here, I'm pretty sure. This one I have, but this one I do not. Petrifies one enemy. Give it. Technically, I could also go through the magic shops and check if whether or not one of the additional spells that was available I would now like to have. Because sometimes there was 4, right? Fully restores 1 LS HP and cures some status effects. That's pretty crazy. And then we get deals damage all day. Don't know if you'd ever need this, honestly. Because the other Dia spells are already pretty strong. And there are not that many opportunities to do something against undead enemies. Sometimes there are. But as I said, at those points, even the basic Dia is already crazy effective. So I don't know what I would use the third upgraded spell for. I said that about the magic. Well, I did remember it. Stops time and paralyzes all enemies. Not that I really need it, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe I'm overconfident here, but a lot of these things too are almost more specialized stuff. Like instantly kills one enemies. That's probably not going to work on the last boss either way, right? I mean, maybe there's going to be some sort of more extensive dungeon below the Chaos Shrine too. Banishes enemies to another dimension. Stops time. That is actually pretty awesome. That so the game contains a time loop and you can influence time. Is that maybe only possible because of the time loop? I mean, there's never anything mentioned towards that, so maybe this is just magic that was already available and all the big baddie did was somehow make these types of spells way stronger than they used to be. Could be either or, but... At least I can spend a bit of my gil. Oh, and I finally get Holy too! Nice. Reduces damage from spells by half. Okay, this would have also been very, very helpful against Tiamat. Not gonna lie. Negates one enemy's magical defenses. Okay. Well, that's pretty nice. I think I'm missing one slot somewhere. Some reason. Yeah. Or two, rather. Wait. I was just in the level 7 shop, though. Or it was... Did the other city have... magic shops too? Maybe you should have just bought up everything. Not that it really matters, but... let's see. Maybe going around and going to the right would have been faster. Oh well. Seriously, do you all have to build your cities surrounded by giant wood? Now I have to run over again. Oh. Poor little hellhound. Doesn't even know what happened to him. Oh yeah, we do get more shops. Was this level 7 or 8? 7, okay. Forest defense against it's at death. Well, this one I already have, and this is kind of... I don't know, maybe the last boss uses death, but... Saber and Blind. Raises caster's attack and accuracy. That could be pretty cool, honestly. Blinds one enemy with darkness. Let's get Saber. And then I'm pretty sure that... in terms of the last slot that I'm still missing there, level 5. Might as well do that too. That would be in... level 5. Was that Elfheim? I think... It's awesome how buffed up your party looks all of a sudden. Okay, let me try this. I want to see what Holy looks like. 990, what the fuck? Those poor tigers. Well, that was definitely a new record for damage. I wonder if 999 really is the maximum. I guess so. And I'm definitely not going to be able to hit that high of a number against the last boss, I don't think. At least I would be very surprised if you could do that. Wait, is this... Let's take a look. Oh yeah, didn't Elfheim have 2 shops as well? Okay, yeah. They had level 5 and... No, wait. Level 4 and 5, or was it 5 and 6? Wasn't 6 in the Crescent Moon City? Oh, wait, never mind. They had 3 and 4. Oh. Where was 5 then? Because Northern Continent is 7 and 8, right? Crescent, or did the Crescent Moon City have 2 as well? Oh, it must... No. It doesn't show 2, by the way. If you just hover over it here. Oh. Wait, Melmond had magic shops too? I think I forgot that. Somehow the city being all destroyed and stuff, I thought it didn't really have magic shops. What was Melmond missing then? Don't they have... Oh, they're missing the church, right? Oh, and the general goods store, that's what it was. Yeah. I wasn't able to buy potions here. I do remember that. Or rather, I remembered that something was missing. I just didn't know what. Okay. Why am I going in the white mage shop if I want to have black mage stuff? Let's see. Okay, now he can learn that. That's still fairly crazy though. So you enter this shop for the first time before even dealing with the first out of the 4 crystals? Huh. Also means that you're only able to teleport out of places and use the... Because there's the other white mage spell too, I think, that basically gets you out of a dungeon right away. I don't have that, but I don't really need it either. But you're not really able to use those then until you get to Bahamut, so it means you can only really use them for the last... Wait, is there a way to... How did I get the airship? You need the Levy Stone. Oh. So you need the canoe, right? To get to the Levy Stone. But I think the wizard gives you the canoe... I mean, he has to give it to you before you get to the fire crystal. Because that's the only way to get there. So he gives it to you because you already dealt with the earth crystal, right? So at that point, so pretty much even before the fire crystal, you'd be... No. Wait, no. Yeah, you could get the Levy Stone and just straight up go to the desert and get the airship, right? So that's available way earlier than what I thought. I think. That would be crazy. So... I mean, it doesn't really... See, that's a really, really cool thing in terms of its... in terms of the game's design, is that it doesn't make the game less linear necessarily. Like, overall, it's still a somewhat linear structure, but it still gives you a lot of freedom in terms of, I guess, mostly exploration, right? Certainly some aspects. So more or less as if the side stuff and... Well, the side stuff then turns because you have to have the airship eventually. But still, that's an awesome design. It really is. It's almost like the perfect blend between linear and open. Maybe that's also easier to do since the game, well, still is somewhat simplistic in some of its parts, right? Ultimately, you just sort of collect key items and bring them somewhere else. I mean, the context of everything still is cool and the way it's presented is awesome, but yeah, making that type of blend might be easier if you're not also forced to do, I don't know, to think about a billion different NPCs and what they can do and how they do it and how to approach this or that, or, you know, the more a game includes, I guess, the more difficult it becomes to pull that off. Then again, both variants are equally difficult to pull off, right? Making a totally open world game, well, maybe not a linear game, that would be pretty easy to do, but, well, in comparison anyways. Right, that's my Toy's Cave. I guess it's time to finally enter this place again and go and have a look at what the big bad boss is up to and what they're doing and how it all relates to that time loop you got to know about. But before I do that, I need to take another small break though. So only a couple minutes and then I'm back, and then we'll see where this goes. And I guess also how the game ends. Maybe? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's gonna throw another thing at me afterwards or in between, or maybe this is gonna be a very, very multi-layered, very long dungeon experience. I don't know. Either way though, we're gonna see in a couple of minutes. Be right back. Alrighty. I'm back and ready for action. Let's do this. Let's do one last actual save, since once I enter the thing, I will only be able to do quick saves. We're back. Back where it all began. Boy, this is going to be exciting. And there are the 5 bats. So these must be the 5 warriors they send out then? Thanks, warrior. I'm not too sure. So the one thing that slightly confuses me about the bats is that bats are pretty much everywhere. Most of the dungeons had them just fly about, and I even commented on them quite a number of times because I thought that it was odd that you're fighting, you know, animal-based creatures, yet there are these bats everywhere that just don't do much, and you can even talk to them, but they don't say anything, they just do noises at you. Maybe they just wanted to hide that these 5 are specific ones? Or is it supposed to be, hinting at something else? Are all the other bats transformed heroes too, that have been through the time loop stuck in the various dungeons that we encountered? I wonder. Well, either way, I don't know what to expect, honestly. I mean, the one thing that I thought about, right? The big cover of the game, or the guy that's in the, or behind the Final Fantasy letters, the logo, that's the supposed OG Warrior of Light. The only place I know him from is from 14, which I mentioned at the very start of the game, I think. So maybe that's the 5th warrior they send out? But I mean, all 5 are here. Probably not going to be the big bad guy of the story, though. Well, anyways, let's do this. I like how there's just a ninja all of a sudden. There we go. You focus the light of the 4 shining crystals, fire, earth, water, and wind, on the black crystal. The flow of time surges, and space begins to warp. Just one step forward, and you will travel back 2,000 years in time. Or technically a few days ago, according to one of the sages. Guess time's weird. That's an awesome music track. Is a similar music piece available in 14? I'm not too sure, honestly. This place is gigantic. What the hell? So this is, I guess, the Chaos Shrine when it was still whole and not destroyed. Man, this really is some, hero music. Okay, so we can go down in 2 places and we can go up in 1 place. Interesting. Well, that's a tough call. Where to go first? Wait, we can do... Oh, no, never mind. We can go down to the left and up to the right. Okay. Maybe it doesn't matter too much then. Guess I'm just gonna go. Purple worm. Huh. I guess those didn't change too much over time, right? They just changed color. I mean, technically I've way more than enough stuff, right? So might as well just attack them with all I've got. Boom. Okay. Bye-bye, Mr. Worm. Whoa, that was a ton of it. Was that like... I should have stopped there for a second. That was, I think, 2.7k experience or something. Per character. Hey, the white dragons. I know you guys. Nice. Would be kind of funny if the Holy Head is stun here too. Still best healer ability in 14. Just go into a bunch of mobs and boom, holy them to death. Okay, so wait, what if I had taken the other staircase down? Because there's... How does that work? Oop! Bunch of golems. Sure. Maybe I should have actually just grabbed a bunch more ethers, because I feel like I'm gonna just holy my way through here. Also, just a tiny detail. I think I mentioned once, but it's awesome that the white mage prepares their spell, right? So you see their mouth moving when you've queued up a spell, but they haven't cast it yet. I think that's a really awesome detail. I don't know. I mean, in terms of level ups, the stat changes don't really seem, significantly different to me, honestly. Oh, what the heck? What's that at the top, though? God, I want to know what this track is. Well, I can look it up later in the... Oh, Earth Elemental. It's been a while since I've seen you guys. They shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, okay. But yeah, this specific track... I'm definitely gonna look up in the track overview that they added for the Pixel Remaster. Okay, so you don't always get super strong enemies though. Right, so just to confirm, so this just leads in here, and that's just a giant empty room. So it looks like what we pretty much want to do is to find the correct path through all of this. Let's maybe not constantly use holy. It's kind of pointless for these guys, I want to say. Or not. That hammer is so ridiculous. Just your average white mage whipping out a Thor's hammer for no particular reason. Okay, let's check on the other down place then. I want to see how that works, because it looked like there wasn't another staircase down like that for some reason. Oh, wait, how do I even get there? Ooh, wait a second. I didn't realize. Aha! So that's pretty much completely inaccessible now. Okay, that makes more sense then. So, can't even get to these two yet. Right. So let's go that way first then. Well, at least I went the wrong way first. That's always the best thing to happen in any RPG, honestly, because that means that you can be sure that you've found everything there. You don't need to go back. These guys again. Well, this time I'm gonna cast Holy. So it's definitely quicker. That's such a funny animation too, whenever they pull out their shield to deflect the attack. Oh, well, that works too, I guess. Okay, but this leads up, so... Right, so now we can go further up, and that leads down again. Bit of a confusing place, not gonna lie. Might still pretty much have one linear path, but... it's just not immediately apparent where you need to go. Third floor, okay. So there's just that big middle section here, it looks like. These guys. I like their design, they look weird and funny. That's also what that weird elf dude turned into, right? The one that wanted us to grab the crown for him. He also was one of these weird hacks with a party hat. Ooh, hello. Did not really expect them to be able to do that, honestly. But my basic version of it just deals way more damage than they did. Okay, so where does this go then? You're not the big bad though, are you? I didn't accidentally walk towards the end, did I? Let's save it. I don't think so. This guy looks more like a, yeah, one of these normal in-between boss type enemies. Ooh, hello. Bit stronger than I expected. Or not. Okay. Another dry ether. Nice, 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 nice. And an elixir too. Maybe they're gonna give us a hint or something as to how to progress. Because it pretty much looks like this section is a dead end for the most part. Casual 910 DPS hit. Or not DPS, damage. You know what I mean. Okay, what does this say? Oh. I was afraid there for a second that the game was just gonna end or something. What the hell was that? I mean, it was awesome. It was... wow. Suddenly, Prelude guitar version comes in. Okay. Wait, pretty much... I don't think I could have gone anywhere else, right? Yeah. Okay, so now we're pretty much going to go back down, and now we can actually go through all the other rooms and stuff. For some reason, there are very few chests available here, it looks like. Okay, so that middle section we were already in, and then... right, if I go down there now, we're gonna end up in the first floor again, and then we are able to go over to the other place. Okay, I'm fairly certain that I've pretty much been everywhere you can go to. I do want to double check the doors though. On the map, it didn't really look like there was anything behind them. But... might as well make sure, right? Ooh, I should also heal up. I completely forgot that the weird eye hit me for a bunch of damage. Let's just use a couple of our... oh yeah, I kind of forgot to sell off a bunch of stuff too, didn't I? Guess I was too excited to get to the end. Yeah, let's just do a full heal. Okay. Yeah, I strongly suspect that there's not going to be much in here. Where's my big... I was going to say, where's my big fire spell? It's not that big of a spell anymore since it was level 5. There we go. It is somewhat unusual that they decided to pretty much have a lot of empty space here, but then again, maybe they didn't really want to distract from it being, you know, the end of the game and wanted to focus mainly on your journey towards that end. Also, all things considered, we already have the strongest gear available, right? And we already have more than enough gil and anything else you would need. So yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it wouldn't even really make much sense to have many chests here, aside from maybe giving you the odd dry ether or elixir from time to time. True. Well, there we go. Now we can go back down. Now we're here. Wait, we went from left to right, though. Wait. We did, didn't we? Yeah. As if the shrine sort of turns on itself or something. That's a funny detail. Makes me wonder if there was any meaning behind it, or if it's just... But I mean, the other places we've been to that had staircases leading up and down, for the most part, I feel like they were pretty consistent in terms of layout. So I would guess that maybe that's what they were going for here, is that the sort of is a warped space in and of itself, since we went back in time and are possibly unknotting the time knot. These things give a ton of experience for just being a worm. That dies to one melee attack too. Well, I'm also hitting them for over 500 damage, but still. Right. Right. Now I'm back here. I can walk all the way around. The big room should technically be empty, but we can go further down. All right. God, especially that start of the music with the drums coming in and then the strings slowly building up. Wait, was that over 1,000? Shit, I didn't pay attention. Was that 1,000 damage? Maybe that is possible? Earth Medusas. Sure, let's do that. Don't want to get turned to stone. Seeing Holy again now, I really, really wish. So, I feel like, in terms of balance-wise, the 3 Dia spells are a bit overkill. I don't know why there's a third one, honestly, since the first one was already really effective against undead enemies. So, I think it would have been nice if maybe instead of the second Dia spell, they would have given you a lower level version of Holy. I mean, clearly, or I guess, they thought that that would be too good, right? Or, yeah, just make things too easy, maybe? But it doesn't need to be super strong, right? It can be really, really weak. I just want something that your white mage can do when you're in a normal battle and you don't really need, you know, your protect or null blaze or all the other crazy stuff that you can buff yourself up with. It would be nice to just have a basic, fairly weak alternative to standing around doing nothing, more or less. What are you doing here, Mr. Orb? That looks suspicious. Might be worth somewhat healing up beforehand. Do I... Nah, that should be fine. Is there gonna be some sort of other additional optional enemy? Yes, very much seems so. Oh! Well, hey, buddy! Long time no see. Wait, are they gonna make us fight all 4 Fiends of Chaos? Huh. Well, that's nice if that's the case. Okay, I wonder if he's gotten stronger. Well, in theory, this is like an earlier version of him, right? Maybe. Let's do... What do I have? Reduce damage from spells by half. I don't... What did he do? Does he even have that many spells? I think he can cast Death, if I remember correctly. Or was that somebody else? You know what? Let's just increase evasion for now. Banish this. Instantly kills 1 enemy. Kill. Boom. Just dead. Petrify. Well, let's just do that. Let's not get too fancy here. Okay, so he's definitely leveled up. That's for sure. Oh, what was that? Let's just do the protect. And I could have done Saber beforehand. A bit late for it now. You know what? Let's be cheeky and just try kill him. Okay, that was a lot of damage. Warp. Oh, he can do that too. Well, that's not good. Yeah, they're pretty much instantly kills. Well, that's bad. Okay, so that wasn't nice. Where's my... Problem is he would be able to... well, if he dies again, I'm just gonna get him up again. Right, so banishes enemies to another dimension. Well, I knew that that would probably... If I was gonna do it, I knew that it would mean that I would win, right? I hadn't expect my party member to just die outright. I thought he would be gone for like 3 turns or something. Ha! Cute little fairy. It's a funny animation. Okay, I feel like he's getting... Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's quite tough getting up your party members. Let's try Phoenix Down instead and just a big party heal. See if that works. So he's definitely leveled up. A lot tougher than I thought he would be, honestly. But to be fair, it would have been pretty boring if he'd just been the same, right? Because then, I don't know. Do I want to try silence? I don't have a higher level silence though, right? I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Lager, where's my... That's the entire party. Restores a lot of HP to 1 ally. Let's heal him. don't really know if it makes sense to just dish out my highest level Blizzard spell all the time. Maybe I should have tested his weaknesses a bit more. Oh, he's got a lot more HP than I thought, though. I guess the game hurt my criticism about bosses, you know, not feeling that interesting. Or boss fights being fairly short in general, and so they just said, hey, we're just gonna throw all the bosses at you again, but way stronger than before. I wish there would have been another really strong single target spell on level 8. Because I don't really want to stop doing damage, right? At this point. Oh, he's weak to that. Okay. He really doesn't want my thief to be doing anything. I thought I had a Cure Paralyze, but I guess I didn't buy that. Possibly. Let's try Silence. Might as well. Ooh, that was a lot of... Yeah, that was the critical hit that I needed. Nice. Okay, Mr. Lich. Definitely respect you more now. I guess in the past he was stronger for some reason. Well, if it's even really the past, right? Nice. That was a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to killing the other guys now. Ah, there we go. I can already see one. Okay. What's going on up there? Oh, there's two doors. Never mind. There's toward... Ooh, what the hell? That's a big space. Right, we have to venture through the doors, though. Lava worms. Wait, can this place kind of just throw every available enemy at you? Or how exactly does that work? Maybe not all enemies? But it is interesting that there's a few, considering that we've already seen the higher level worms, that there's also the lower level ones too. Okay, so yeah, these places are mostly just go through and get to where you need to go. An interesting detail is that it seems like whenever an enemy like that appears, they are definitely based on their actual variant. So when you see them for the first time, right? Which means that they're fairly low level in comparison to you. Which made me think when the Lich appeared that... Well, because of it, it would possibly be sort of a basic variant of him. Okay, that pretty much looks optional, right? So let's go that way first. Yeah, that made me think that maybe it was just going to be the same thing and it's more of a flavor type deal instead of an actual boss fight, but nope, it was an actual fight with really strong attacks and a bunch of really cool stuff that he was able to do. Okay, yeah, so there's a bunch of chests, as I suspected, because I was still missing a couple. I don't think there are that many here. Protect cloak. I already have that, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'm wearing the... Yeah, never mind. Oh, wait a second. No, that's the shield, right? Nice. Wait, does it even do anything? Oh yeah, it just lowers my evasion by 1 point. Oh, that didn't kill him. Interesting. It is a really, really exciting dungeon, though. I love that they really kept their best for last, I guess. In a multitude of ways. Bunch more level ups. Black Wizard still fairly low on HP though. Would be equally interesting to know what the maximum HP value is too. Is it 999 or can you go beyond? Because if enemies can go beyond 1,000, then I guess you'd be able to do that too. Unless there is an actual level cap. I'm level 48 now. So, I mean, it could be that it just stops at level 50. Or maybe it's just, maybe it just goes on. So we're gonna get 2 more items from the other rooms then. And then I want to say I pretty much got all the items that would be available here, because I mentioned that before I went in here, right? That I think there were 7 chests that I missed. These are 4, and I think I already grabbed 1 more on the bottom floor, right? I want to say. So possibly 2 more somewhere else then. Protectoring, okay. I think I already have protect rings equipped. Where I was able to. So they do in fact give you a couple more upgrades then. Because earlier I said something like, you know, upgrades wouldn't really make that much sense anymore. Yeah, everybody is already wearing a protect ring. I cannot believe though that I'm probably gonna end the game with 1 chest missing in that frickin' marsh cave. But yeah. I'm just gonna grab that whenever I have time. Like whenever I have 30 minutes available at some time in between something else. I'm just gonna start up Final Fantasy 1 real quick, turn off encounters, and just grab that 1 chest to get the trophy, I guess. Not that I really care about the trophy, but if it's really only 1 tiny thing like that missing, you know, might as well grab it. In terms of boss HP, I mean, it makes sense that they have vastly higher stats than you, right? Because, I mean, most of the time I think bosses are only going to be 1 entity. At least they do summon in ads or something like that. So it makes sense that they do that. It is somewhat interesting in terms of actual hard caps though, right? Because sometimes those are also sort of tech-based, right? Depending on how they store their stuff. Which is also why I assumed that 999 was the highest amount of damage you can deal, because I saw enemies do a full heal and that gave them 999 HP back. So I thought that that might also be the highest amount of damage you can deal, but yeah, still don't know. But it also highly depends on whether or not there's a level cap. Although I guess in theory you could get insanely lucky and just get increased HP every single time you level up, or almost every single time. Oh, that's a thing in Final Fantasy 2. Well, like, okay, a lot of games tended to have that, right? Where you just, things became inaccessible whenever you started up a cutscene. But to be fair, a lot of games still do that sometimes. Which I'm never quite that big a fan of when you, you know, you still want to explore and you don't really expect that, I don't know, jumping down a ledge or something will actually carry you towards the next place, but it actually does, and then you can't get back to the chests in the other area or something that you still wanted to grab. That's always really annoying. And then I imagine, well, in terms of finishing Final Fantasy games with all quests and things, I'm not even really sure that I grabbed everything that's available in this game. It's just that the chests are like prominently displayed on the map when you scroll through, so it's not that easy to miss them, I guess. Especially since you also have the actual map available in dungeons, where you can pretty much just look at where things are for the most part. Which I think I'm definitely going to look into a couple of clips or something, videos from how the actual old school Final Fantasy 1 looked like, because well, I did see somebody mention that the maps were added, at least to a certain degree, for the Pixel Remasters. Because it also feels like a couple of places are kind of designed without a map in mind, right? Where they probably were supposed to feel quite a bit more confusing than they end up feeling in the Pixel Remaster. Which I don't mind. I think you know, it's I don't think it would have really added that much to feel confused by the maps or something, right? It's not super integral to the experience, I don't think. Where are my ethers? Throw a couple on Black Mage. There you go. Just do a quick save for good measure. Yesterday, okay. Yeah, stuff like the menus too. That's why I was never quite the biggest fan of playing old school games, even though I desperately wanted to experience this, right? Or wanted to experience how, I guess, how they were designed, what more modern games borrowed from them, you know, how it all started, but I could never quite get myself to play the literal old versions of games, because sometimes they are available, right? I mean, some of the old school Nintendo, Super Nintendo stuff you can get through various means, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they just contain stuff that really puts you off, where it's just either it's the menu navigation or it's some other part that is just really, really tedious to do. Because I could also see myself at the point where I was looking for the airship, if I hadn't been able to turn encounters off, that would have been really annoying, right? And I feel like it would have actually, think that it would have turned me away from the game or anything, but it definitely would have prompted me to maybe take a couple days break, or at least it would have lowered my, I guess, impression of the game, right? And this way it's almost more fun to experience, or not almost, it is definitely more fun to experience it like this, with at least some updates in there, so that you get the content of the game without some possible tedium added just because, right? Because it's not like the game would have been more challenging that way, it would have just lasted longer for no reason whatsoever, so, yeah. It's pretty rough, yeah. It heavily depends on the games as well, I think. Some stuff they just had some weird design decisions, and other things it just made it really tedious to get through. Whereas here it's, yeah. The Pixel Remasters are a great addition, definitely. Do I want to go with a Null? Nullblaze probably is a good idea, because she would still be based on fire, right? Although I remember her doing really, really strong melee attacks too. You know what? Let's go with the saber this time. Why not? Yeah, that was one of those odd design philosophies where you're just not quite sure. And then you have people, you know, that are talking about the old games and, oh, it was harder back then, and yeah, it added to it. And there's a certain amount of truth to it, right? There's a certain amount of, it could have maybe, you know what, why not just do this? Oh wait, that's single target. It is. Because it showed Nullblaze's miss, right? For most party members for some reason. Let's just do it again. Cast a big blizzard thing on her. But yeah, sometimes you get these people that are saying, oh yeah, that's part of the experience. To a certain extent it is, I think. But that's a very individual thing, because, well, for example, random encounters, right? They can feel tedious, especially when you get into a situation where there is possibly, you know, that one NPC that you need to find and you have no clue how to get to him. And then they constantly throw monsters at you that are way lower level, but you have to get through it, right? Either you flee. It doesn't even depend, or it doesn't even matter that you can flee, because it still takes really long to go into battle and out of battle. And that can just be incredibly annoying, and it doesn't add anything whatsoever. But then on the other hand, having random encounters in general, right, or throughout the dungeons, that adds a lot, because it makes the dungeons feel like actual threatening places. It makes them feel like a journey you have to go through, especially when it also comes down to, you know, being smart about resource usage and knowing that there's still, you know, a lot of rooms ahead of you, so you need to make sure to still have MP. You need to be sure to heal up, right? This sort of journey and feeling of getting through a tough place that is full of dangers, that still needs to be there, right? So to a certain extent, it needs to have that little bit of annoyance in it, but yeah, that's a fine line to walk. That's why Soulspawn is so good too. Yeah, they also, because, I mean, they do a lot, you know, in terms of items, for example, they have very specific item placements, which not a lot of RPGs do that way, right? Where they're really, really particular about when they give you what and why, and how it also integrates into the environment. Should probably cast that next thing. Huh. already running low here. Okay, thankfully that doesn't deal too much damage. Yeah, I feel like for me personally, I was never against random encounters. I think that they can add a lot to an experience. It's just that you need to... They can certainly be modernized in certain ways. I definitely wish that... I mean, I mentioned that at some point, I think, that Persona 5 has that option of... Later on, you get an ability where if you outlevel your, like, the random encounter that you would be getting into by more than 10, you just insta-win, right? And it still gives you the experience and everything, but it's a quick, just one thing that pops up on screen and you won. So if you add in that, you can still make it really, really challenging whenever you get to a new place, right? And you fight new enemies that you haven't seen before. But it's also not a slog to get through if you've already seen the enemies, and yeah. FF4, the random encounters feel really nice. Yeah, I'm definitely also going to be looking forward to how they're doing random encounters in the later entries in the series. That's awesome. There are so many ways to do it too. I always thought that the way Pokemon does it, where they have the high grass, where you know, okay, in certain areas there's going to be random encounters, and in other areas there's not going to be random encounters. That's a pretty cool way of doing it too. Especially when you consider, well, in Pokemon, you pretty much want to get the random encounters because you want to find all the Pokemon, right? And collect them. So doing that can be really, really fun too. And it doesn't need to be Pokemon. Maybe you're looking for that one specific item that only drops from a certain enemy, right? So there's all kinds of variety, I think, that can be introduced there. That just in general adds a lot. I'm gonna try another null all. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's not on everybody. Where does that make the most sense? Probably on the thief. Now they went pretty crazy with the HP, it seems like. This takes a long time, but really awesome as well. There we go. That worked. Ah, okay. Nice! Second one down. Yeah, the whole random encounters discussion, what I always fear the most is that, because so often, right, people are sort of completely against it, right? They just experience random encounters maybe once and they know them to be very, very tedious. And instead of thinking about what they could be or how awesome they could be changed up in order to, well, to be something else and allow you to still have the good elements while eliminating the bad parts of it. Sadly, a lot of people just say, oh, I don't want to play games with random encounters, right? And, well, but that's, you know, you could do so much with it, so why not try that? So I always fear that, you know, those kinds of elements are just going to completely vanish eventually, because they just because of their reputation instead of their actual gameplay implications. Wait, where do I... Oh, there's more doors there, so let's see. I need to go to the right, down there, into that door, okay. Wonder if those 3 stone plates in the middle are gonna tell us something. Yeah. Indie developers are really, really, even though, well, not even though, but even if you aren't super into indie games, even then it still adds so much because, well, if they come up with some really, really cool idea or they revitalize old school elements, right? Okay, yeah, you can definitely do over 1,000 damage, because that was 1,084. Nice, good to know. But yeah, if they bring back some old school mechanic that was beloved by quite a few people, but just has gotten a bad reputation for some weird reason, yeah, they just have the possibility to show that, hey, by the way, this is still a pretty awesome mechanic. It just fell out of fashion for whatever reason, and if you, like, because sometimes it really needs only very small but smart changes, right? With a very small change in numbers or some tiny portion that gets added to it can already make the difference between it being annoying or being an awesome mechanic. Especially in games and in terms of how different people experience different games and so on, how they're being played. I want to say that tiny changes can make such a huge impact on the overall experience. And you can pretty much take advantage of that, right? By not always coming up with the next super revolutionary, innovative idea, but instead just looking at, hey, what kind of elements did we already have, but that maybe people felt like, okay, it was cool, but it had a couple of issues, and then just, you know, take those elements, think about what maybe didn't work as well, but still use them. Instead of that, instead of disregarding them altogether and throwing them away. Although, to be fair, you know, with that topic, sadly, fairly often, it also happens that you get those indie games, they come up with really cool ideas, and you realize, hey, by the way, this, I don't know, mechanic XYZ is awesome, right? If you just add in mechanic A, right? And then the next big AAA game with a budget of $500 million comes around, more or less has the same gameplay loop or same gameplay idea as said indie game, but doesn't incorporate the brilliant change that the indie game made. And then you have that beautifully designed game that 1,000 people worked on, and hundreds of thousands of hours work poured into it, and it sucks because, well, I don't know, they didn't do proper research on how to design those elements. It doesn't really happen that often, and it doesn't really happen, you know, specifically like that. But still, I don't know. Sometimes there are just elements where you really go, hey, just copy over. You know, just take that game and simply copy over the mechanic. It's fine. Nobody will care. It will be a ton of fun. Everybody will be happy, but nope. That apparently is too much effort, or I don't know. They needed the 100 million for marketing budget instead. What did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to use Ethos on my Black Mage. There we go. I need those Blizzard spells back. Although maybe, we're fighting the water guy, right? Oh, I should also heal my, never mind. I should heal my knights. Right, melee attacks, oh, well, well, whatever. Those aren't really the most important things. Null all is nice, but it's not super important, especially not against these, since I know what they're casting. Do I even want to use Null Frost? I might just go for the invisibility and protect here. But The saber might make sense. There we go. This technically might be the easiest out of the four, because I feel like he's just gonna take a lot more damage compared to the other ones. Maybe. I don't even know if he had the lowest defense out of all of them. Let's go with the protect and hit him with a big... Duh. Oh, he was doing the thunder stuff too. Well, good thing I didn't do the Null Frost then. 207, it's still not as much as I thought. The warrior hits for more, or knight rather. Yeah, might as well heal up. Let's do the middle heal instead of the super big one. That's still nice damage though. It's definitely more than I was able to do against the others, right? Well, I do remember the Kraken also being fairly bad in terms of damage output whenever I fought him the first time. But he might have some other stuff. I mean, the Lich definitely surprised me with having Warp. So maybe this guy has something special too. Considering that my Black Mage is buffed, Black Wizard. There is definitely less damage than I thought. Silence didn't hit, did it? Let's just do that again. More thunder. Honestly, this dungeon overall does seem to require quite a bit of resources though. I mean, I still had a ton obviously, but still, I mean... It's nice to see that they weren't afraid to... Well, they're giving you a ton of items and gil and everything and equipment. But you're still not just, you know, blasting through this. I mean, yeah, this guy definitely was the easiest out of the four, I would say. But you're not face rolling everything, right? It definitely still requires at least some amount of healing. And being aware of what they can do. And how they work. Okay, let's heal up again. Tiamat might be really interesting now. Oh, what is that? Oof. They really placed the additional items a lot further away this time around, though. I do want to grab the chest. Let's go over there real quick. Oh, do I want to give my white mage a couple ethers? Yeah. Might help. It's just a bit faster. Considering that I can just do holy on enemy groups. Alright, should be enough. The vampires. Ooh, this might be... then again, I don't think they have that much HP. I want to see if they count as undead. They should, shouldn't they? It's just funny to me that I never expected the vampires of all things to come back. Really thought that was a unique boss there at the start. It does explain, however, why at that time I was confused, because the vampire only had 280 HP. Guess it makes more sense now. Masamune. What is that? Some sort of big weapon? Whoa! A legendary katana without match? Okay, I definitely did not expect that there was going to be another upgrade for the ninja. What the hell? That's an insane upgrade. Wait, isn't that even... That is nice. 69 attack. Yeah, that thing's better than Excalibur. What the heck? That must have been some very, very legendary katana. Which now makes me think, how does this work exactly? I mean, yeah, okay, I guess time is just weird, right? Because we're taking a katana from like 2,000 years ago with us? Well, it highly depends what this is going to end up being, right? Because... Supposedly we're getting rid of the time loop altogether, right? So maybe technically this isn't really that far in the past than what we thought it was. Wonder what happened to the 4 Fiends though. Why were they so much weaker in our time loop version? Oh wait, did I go? I went the wrong way. Let's see, how late is it? Thing is, I might take another break here in a bit. I was thinking about maybe just completing the game, but I don't really want to rush through the end either, or anything like that. So I think I'm gonna take a lunch break here in a bit and eat something before we get to the 4th to Tiamat, because that might take a while, question mark. And then we can get into, yeah, Tiamat and whoever's going to be the last enemy and whatever else we can see here fully after the break. Because this is definitely still going to take more than just an hour. I want to say, let me take the staircase first, and then I think I'm going to take a break. Oh no, never mind. Okay, this is where Tiamat is. Yeah, that's a perfect place for a break then. After these purple worms. Why are they just called purple worm? I just noticed that. Whereas the other ones were like a lava worm and stuff. Nice. Over 1,000 damage again. But that over 1,000 damage definitely leads me to believe that you can also get over 1,000 HP. I don't really see any reason why they would cap that, honestly. And most other numbers go higher than that too, so... Well, Mr. Tiamat. You have to wait a bit. Right, let me do the party heal and everything beforehand though. Let's see. I mean, I'm fairly certain that this is going to be the toughest one, aside from possible last boss, obviously. There we go. Let's do a quick save. Right, so I'm gonna get myself something to eat, and when I come back, we'll be getting into the final stretch of Final Fantasy 1 and seeing what kind of big bad thing being lurks in the... Wait, have we been going up or down? Down, right? In the depths of the Chaos Shrine. So, gonna take a lunch break, and afterwards we'll be getting back into this. So, till then. Alrighty, I'm back. Man, this is awesome. Just putting the headphones back on and hearing the music. God, this is awesome. How do they have such an awesome track? I mean, it is Final Fantasy, right? I know that it has great music, but holy shit. Even back then. You know what? Before we go forth here and hopefully beat Tiamat for a second time, let me just very quickly... What does this music sound in its original version? It still has the cool, well, in this case, obviously, electronic strings in the background. I mean, I've already said that I'm not usually the biggest fan of sort of 8-bit music. It's not that it's bad per se, I just think it's sort of lacking the impact and oomph of the orchestral arrangement. I mean, it's the same great track, right? But it's definitely, it's lacking the epicness of strings actually being strings, and especially the sort of kaboom, the oomph that the bass is exuding here. Well, I already healed, didn't I? I did. Let's do it. Also, thankfully, we haven't invented 4D smell watching. I ate something with a ton of garlic, so sure glad that I'm gonna stay home today. Garlic's the best, though. It's unfortunate that it's got those lasting effects to it. Right, let's just go with the evasion first. And I want to say another save up probably makes sense. Seems to have been a good idea so far. Scourge. What the hell? Are you serious? What? Okay, now I want to say they went a little bit overboard with the insta-kill mechanics. Right, let's use a Phoenix down again and do the party heal. Or do I want to try and do a single target heal? Let's see. This hopefully restores 1 LSHP. Hopefully that works out. Let's see. Let's do the Saga. Okay, thankfully that wasn't that much damage. And now I'm getting the full heal of my thief in, hopefully. There we go. That is pretty crazy to me, though. Why are there that many different... Because they're all different, too, right? We have Warp. We have Banish. No, wait. Warp is Banish, right? We have Death. We have Scourge. So all of these things that somehow... also, wait. Let me just... Oh yeah, I turned down my music for some reason. Wait, when did that happen? Maybe when I put down my headset or something? I hit the button? I was gonna say, the music sounded... not as loud as it was before. Well, either way. Now we're back with the epic music and... Well, for you, I don't think anything's changed. What makes more sense? I could try casting this on everybody, sort of back to back, right? I feel like that might make more sense than Oh, turning up the music, really good. Okay, that was a ton of damage too. 142, null all. Definitely want to do another party heal. Oh, that was a legendary katana doing work, huh? Nice. Let's do good party heal and might as well do this again. Thankfully, that really doesn't hit for too much. But I feel like, okay, after a couple of turns now, this might actually be a bit easier. Okay, now we need to turn it down again. That's crazy loud. Never mind. But this might actually be a bit easier than the first encounter, simply because my two melee attackers now boast very, very capable melee weapons that still do a ton of damage to Tiamat, whereas the first time around, that wasn't really the case. Okay, let's do another null all here, and like I was lacking melee attack power the first time I fought him, so seriously? How can they miss so easily? I guess because I'm invisible? I can miss myself somehow? Might as well throw in another party heal. You never know when Tiamat for some reason suddenly decides to do something. Although I feel like the strongest stuff he can do is actually getting in the insta-kill. Because while the melee does deal a significant amount of damage, it isn't, at this point in the game, it really isn't too difficult to handle, I want to say. Right. Might as well cast invisibility on the Thief 2. I need to remember that, though, that I definitely want to put up my buffs before I make myself invisible, because if I can miss my own buffs because of that, that's kind of dumb. Let's try fire. Did I try fire last time I fought it? That was 500 damage. I don't think either element will really deal a significant amount, though, simply because, well, he can do all three too, right? Yeah, as I expected. Man, I'm so good on HP. Might as well try to put up the null all again. And then I'm just gonna go for my most powerful spell that I have. Makes more sense than trying to get off a specific element. That katana's putting in work. And of course I keep missing myself. Nice. Can I do something else? Let's do that then. Maybe that hits. Oh, there we go. Yeah, with the melee weapons dealing that much damage in comparison to last time I fought him, already felt like this was gonna be over more quickly than I had anticipated, honestly. Not a big deal, though. We still have at least one more enemy to fight, huh? And it looks like we're getting to it. This certainly has end boss vibes, doesn't it? Damn it, God, I love the music. Absolutely love the music. That is one thing that I can already say I'm gonna do after I'm through with the game, is I'm gonna look up remixes of this particular theme. There we go. Almost a bit closer than I thought. Maybe I shouldn't have taken a long lunch break in between. But, well, it's not always that easy to discern how long these things are going to take. And, you know, it doesn't mean that I'm going to just stop streaming right away. Still feels epic, though. I don't know, this all feels like such an epic journey is coming to an end. Oh! I hadn't even noticed. I am level 50. And it does say next level in. So I guess you can go over. How interesting. Does that mean that the maximum level you can reach is 99? Or is it going to be something else? I hadn't anticipated that, honestly. I mean, it doesn't really seem to me as if there would be any point going beyond. Well, maybe beyond 50. You could certainly overlevel the last boss by quite a bit, I'd imagine, but... Huh. Well, let's do our last, or what I assume to be last, full party heal here. Didn't I also have three potions somewhere still? Where are they? There they are. Boom and boom. Efficient to the end. Right, and some ethers. Actually, churned through quite a bit of them. Hey, buddy. That's the same guy that we fought at first, right? I did not expect to see him again. He did seem like a bit of a pushover initially, I'm gonna admit. But whatever happened to time, I don't know. Well, we meet again. Or maybe for the first time, since we went back in time? Huh. Do you remember me? I was once the most renowned knight of Cornelia. Yeah, true, that's what he was. Right, and he took the princess. But why? "2,000 years from now, you killed me. I am Garland." Don't tell me we started the time loop somehow. Was he... I don't know. Did he... Was he not capable to learn, to live with his defeat? And so he went on some 2,000-year quest to get stronger. And in order to do that, he created a time loop. Well, we're in the past now, though. Let's see what else he has to say. Oh, you did defeat me then. But the 4 great forces saved me by sending me back through time. Oh. Wait, really? I thought you were the one that corrupted them to begin with? Or... Did he anticipate that he might lose and just decided to utilize the already corrupted forces so that he'd be saved by traveling back in time? Once here, I sent the 4 fiends into the future, where they shall once again use the 4 great forces to send me into the past. Yeah, okay, so... But wouldn't he have needed something to kick off the time loop? I guess it's a sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy type of deal where because he was always sending the four great forces or the corruption of the four great forces into the future so that they could send him back in time so the time loop would continue. Okay. But how are we gonna break out of it then if the one thing that sort of not kicks it off, but In 2,000 years, I will remember none of this. Oh. But it will be reborn again here. Yeah, so us dealing with him now isn't really going to help us that much, is it? Or will it mean that he cannot be there in 2,000 years to be sent back in time? So even as you die, again and again, I shall return. Wait, so has he dealt with us like a billion times already, over and over? Born again into this endless cycle that I have created. But, I mean, yeah, we're breaking it if we're killing him, right? Because then he cannot exist anymore in 2,000 years and he cannot be sent back in time anymore either, I don't think. Oh, what a cool background. What the fuck? Hello, Chaos. Whoa, what is this music? How the game? What? Okay, for the longest time, the game was a bit stingy with, you know, giving you different music. But now it's going full out, isn't it? Last dungeon music already an absolute banger, and now we're getting this. Chaos, huh? Huh. So are you the same Chaos that gets picked up by Omega through the interdimensional rift and sent into 14? Technically, yes, right? Because Omega is creating or designing your enemies out of legends. So stories that it had heard somewhere. Alright, Chaos, let's do this. Thankfully, I think this variant of him won't have all the shenanigans that the one in 09 S pulls in the raid series. That was a great fight, by the way. Still the best raid tier to date, Alphascape. Also probably one of the best, maybe even the best first fight of a raid tier. Really, really cool with the different elements. Had two phases that could change. So he could either start with one or the other, which made the fight pretty interesting to proc. And he had 4 elemental phases, right? So fire, water, wind, and... which now makes sense! What the fuck? Oh, this is my first big discovery from the old school Final Fantasy titles and how their themes relate back to 14. So I'd imagine that people who played Final Fantasy 1 back in the day and knew Chaos and knew what kind of story and path you had to go through in this game to get to the end with the 4 crystals and the 4 elements. Because the elements are slightly different in 14, right? They would have probably, I don't know, my mind would have been blown to play 14 and have those 4 elemental phases relate back to this game. That is insanely awesome. Because for me, playing through the fight in 14, it was just, oh, sure, he uses 4 different elements as, you know, cool phases to the fight. But no, he's using the 4 elements, the 4 that were present here in the game. That's so awesome. that's what makes his fight so brilliant and so fun, is because he has essentially a couple of mechanics that I think their names are always the same, or at least he starts off with the same cast every single time. And one giant part that makes the fight so fun is that he also changes up the arena with every single element that he introduces, right? So the wind, for example, is just a big swirl of wind in the middle of the arena that is completely inaccessible to you whenever he casts it. So you need to figure out to use the outside of the arena, because the arena is a square, right? And you need to figure out the outside of the arena to your advantage, and you actually need to use that, and you need to be careful because there's a knockback in there that can throw you off. There's like giant meteors in there that by the healers, I think, need to be taken like to two other corners while the party remains in one corner. He also has like a giant AoE that he can put behind him, which the tank has to face him properly to deal with. So all kinds of shenanigans that were really, really fun. And then with fire, it was the other way around. So only the middle ring of the arena was accessible and the outer parts were inaccessible. Water had essentially creating two waves to the side, where you only had the third of the arena in the middle to work with. And Earth cut off one half of the arena, and he would also push you back from that half and trying to push you off. And a bunch of other stuff. It was a super, super fun fight for a first. Obviously not super difficult, since it was the first fight of the raid tier, but just insanely fun with how they combined the mechanics. And now realizing that that is based on the 4 elements you go through in this game is... Also, I'm pretty sure that the background of the arena is at least somewhat similar to this. So I think it also has the swirly bits, which I just assumed to be related to Omega's interdimensional rift, but it has the same pattern, I'm pretty sure. Same arena pattern as we see to the right here. It also has some bricks sort of flying off. And I'm also pretty sure that the throne he's sitting on in the introductory cutscene, you know, there's always in 14 like a small, I don't know, 10-15 second cutscene that shows you the boss you're about to fight one more time. And pretty sure he's sitting on the very throne he's supposed to be sitting on here. And he also has the pillars of the Chaos Shrine surrounding him and surrounding the arena. Which is... God, I'm gonna love every single moment that I discover throughout the entire franchise whenever I get to a part like this. And it's just so heavily... I would have never thought that that's what the 4 phase... or the 4... yeah, for elemental phases of the fight are based upon. But anyways, let's get into the fight and see if maybe a couple of his attacks are gonna be similar too. Right, so I'm not gonna cast Invisibility first this time around. Null All is only for one single person, so I'm gonna go with the Protect first. And maybe a Saber again on... Although, the problem is I think if I go with the Saber, I can't do a defensive buff, and I think I want to go a bit more defensive here. So I'm gonna just start with a Blizzard. Okay, tough hit. Melee, somewhat effective. Okay. So, at least I'm still doing decent damage. That's good. Let's do one heal, however, because I don't want him to die right away before I get off the invisibility. I guess let's just go through our Blizzard spells first. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Poor Thief. Poor Thief. Always dying right at the start. Right. Let's do the same thing again then. Phoenix down. Where's my full heal? Fully restores 1 LS HP. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that works out the way it should. Okay. I'm still quite surprised, and I was surprised by that too during the Tiamat fight, that it seems like my elemental resistances are just a lot higher than my physical ones. Even though I got Protect up. Well, I guess the thief didn't, but still. Huh. Well, let's put up... I guess I can just put up the single Protect again. And just continue chugging some DPS into him. The others are kind of fine in HP, although Black Mage is getting low. Yeah, instead of healing, or instead of doing like a single target potion heal, I think I'm gonna go for that. Stop hitting my... What are you doing? He really has singled out my ninja. I've still been calling him Thief, right? Sorry, buddy. Let's go for another. Maybe I should have grabbed a couple more Phoenix Downs. Okay. Thankfully, I can still keep dealing damage. Or not. What? That didn't seem right. He can just do a full heal? Wait, can I... Let's use the Protect drink instead of making my mage protect. Okay, that's not right. Wait, does that mean that I... Negates one enemy's... I should have maybe done that. Huh. That makes me think that I'm overlooking something. Why would he be able to just do a full heal? Am I supposed to silence him, maybe? Because I could do that. He's probably got a fairly low chance of hitting. Let's maybe do the spell first. I think that's gonna hit. Stops time and paralyzes. Warp. I'm gonna laugh if it's some weird thing where I need to banish him in order to exit the time loop or something. But that can't be it. I mean... Or if it is, that would be pretty insane to pull off. To force the player to have that one specific spell. Maybe I just need to be super quick? Let's try that. As suspected, those things won't really have that high of a chance of hitting. Which might be problematic. I don't constantly want to heal. The problem is just that the ninja is dropping pretty low there from time to time. Let's do another invisibility thing. Yeah, that's going to be difficult if he can heal himself. Because all, like, secondary effect type of things probably just have a super, super low chance of actually hitting. Oh, holy shit. Oh boy. See if I can even get the heal off in time. Or that one, but that's probably not going to be enough, I fear. He does do all those elemental attacks that he does in 14 too. My ninja's really becoming a problem here. Because of their low HP. Because I pretty much need to constantly put up like protect and stuff on him again as well. Probably should just do a party heal again. Does he maybe do something with this element? So I feel like Thundaga did a lot more damage there at some point. Stop hitting my... What the hell? Why is he so focused on that guy? Is that because everybody else is invisible? Shit. Definitely can't keep doing this. Yeah, that was an unfortunate time for a Phoenix down. God damn it. Now the full heal is gonna go on somebody else too. I wonder if he's eventually just gonna cure himself again, or maybe that was a one-time thing. Do I have like a full heal? Yeah, this one. One. See if I can pull that off. You're just attacking, and you're casting Null All on my ninja. You're gonna go with a high potion on yourself too. Well, at least I got that off. Maybe that's just a one-time thing, although I suspect that he's gonna do it eventually again, right? Stop it! Why are you constantly going for him? What the hell? That's so weird! Shit, now he's low again. Okay, he needs to heal himself this time. Still gonna go with the party heal too, though. Of course he does that first. Or at least that's the one that doesn't deal too much damage, so that's good. Okay. Good. I'm finally in a somewhat good position, although I'm running out of healing spells here, which is not good at all. I kind of need to keep healing though, right? This is definitely an endurance battle. Which I constantly kept talking about, and now that it's here, I'm not too sure if I still like it. Well, I do, but it's a lot tougher than I imagined it to be. Also because you don't really get that many options, I want to say, in a lot of ways. Okay, I feel like I have a turn here where I can possibly get something else off with my white mage. I wonder if Holy would make sense. I mean, it would be additional damage, obviously, but will it really help is the question. The only other thing that I can ask, though, that would really help would be silence. And I feel like that has an incredibly low chance of hitting him. Right? Let's try a Holy one time. I don't know. Maybe that's gonna help out. Black Mage is also running out of MP here. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I mean, that was really decent damage. Problem is I won't be able to get it off the entire time. Obviously, I need to keep healing. Oh boy, I feel like that was fairly strong. Yeah. I might want to use a dry ether on my white mage. I feel like I need the... Oh, well, I still have 3 of these. I forgot about them. Yeah, let's put a dry ether on my white mage, because I definitely want to do some healing here. Get a big heal off. Black mage can still keep doing... Are you kidding me? Of course he also hits for 390, where it was like 370, 350 before. He would have survived that still. Oh my god. Poor thief. And now he's lost null, like null all and invisibility too. I need to recast those. Oh god. Oh wait, that probably wasn't the best idea. Yeah, as long as I still have Phoenix Stones, might as well do that. And then try and get the, where is it? Try and get the full heal off. Yeah. At least the others aren't. How are the others so much better in terms of... oh boy, that probably was bad. In terms of the HP they have. Okay, he just hastened himself. You know what? It might be a good idea to just defend with the thief. Until I can get the rest back on him. I feel like null all is still gonna be really, really important. Ooh, holy shit! That was not great. Is he gonna go first? He always goes like after the first. I need to... Oh fuck, now I could have used an elixir. I still have... Where's my X potion? Or did I already use... Ah, I already used it, didn't I? Ah, shit! Well, no way around it. I need to do that. You know, possibly just do that. Okay, if I can get those two off. Does the haste stay on him, though? It does, doesn't it? At least in theory it does. I don't actually know super well how it works. Because if it does, that would be pretty insane. Yeah. Oh. Okay. This next melee attack is gonna hit like a truck, though. Man, I hate preemptively healing, but I feel like I need to. Yeah. Fuck. But I cannot... How am I supposed to slow him down again? That would require me to essentially be able to hit my slow. And that has a super low chance of actually happening. Stops time, paralyzes all enemies. The slows on the white mage, isn't it? I mean, let's just try one time. That's all I can do. I hate that you... can he not do his stuff first? It's such a wasted Phoenix down all the time. Yeah, that stuff just misses. Okay, I'm just gonna... Know what? No. Let's do an attack. And then let's magic race him. And he still has the null thing on him too. The ninja, I mean. But now I'm really missing that X potion. Well, fuck, he's gonna attack again before what's the thing goes off? Maybe a high potion? Elixir is wasted on them, though. So ridiculous. That is so ridiculous, man. I would say it's not worth it picking up the ninja again, but the problem is he then has an additional target to hit, right? Well, now he's gonna die again next turn, isn't he? I'm not entirely understanding how this is supposed to work. I can't get a full... I essentially need to heal myself now. Unless, well... No. Let's maybe try that for a bit. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna work, but... might as well. Oh, okay. That was really good. I don't know if it really helped, though, because Ninja's still in danger. In a lot of danger, actually. Shit. Oh, I'm missing so much stuff. Okay, defend... Seemingly, I feel like defense only gonna work against physical attacks, not so much against others. Okay. I need to bring MP back for both my casters here. I'm just not entirely sure how I am supposed to do it with my ninja constantly being on the brink of death. You know what? Let's just keep attacking. That should still work to a certain degree. Let's use a dry ether here. Okay. Well, now my white mage is in danger, which isn't good. That's so insane! And he just keeps the haste up the entire time! It just doesn't go away! Okay. Well, what's the best idea here? Because I need to heal the white mage first, but I feel like it's not really... I really want to know if there's a way to stop his constant attack somehow. Although, why is it going up first now? He's gonna do... Yeah. Aww. Bye-bye. 93 damage. And still hit, of course. Okay. Right. You elixir on white mage. You... Let's do heal first. The one good thing is that I'm constantly... Like, I'm surviving, and I'm still putting out damage, which I feel like is really, really important here. Okay. You just heal yourself this time. Gonna try and get the knight back up. You keep just dealing damage. Yeah, that's the problem if you have one dead person. He's just gonna focus others, right? Now I'm slowly losing all my buffs too with the invisibility and stuff. Which, honestly, didn't really feel like it mattered that much. But what am I doing now? Because he's just gonna do... Maybe I can get like a wombo combo here. Of course not. It's really, really difficult to predict when he's actually going to start attacking. That's the problem. And then not only do I need to get my people up, but I also still need to heal them afterwards, which is difficult to do. It would be nice if he went first, but I don't know. Okay, that was good. Might give me a little bit of a chance here. Maybe... What makes the most sense in this situation? Because in order to get both up, I need to... There's no way around it. I need to do that on the warrior and hope that it goes off right away. Oh. Thankfully, he sometimes does stuff like that. Okay. Kind of a wasted elixir, but now at least I'm in a somewhat good position again. I don't really... The problem is I really don't know what the hell I'm even supposed to cast again, because I have a bunch of stuff that in theory helps. But in reality, it always turns out to be pretty... I don't know. Let's put on that again. At least see the warrior this time. $184 is really low. If he does another melee attack, then it's over anyways. But the problem is, I think it's also too low to survive his magic attacks. That's so good when he does stuff like that and just misses. It's really, really important. At least I'm finally getting some damaging again. He gave me a little bit of breathing room there. Hopefully that helps a bit on the warrior. Let's do a big heal again. Okay. Is that even gonna do anything again? Surely you cannot be hastened twice, right? He said. I don't know. I mean, I've certainly never tried that on myself. I wonder why... Does he have like a... what's it called? Strict rotation he adheres to? Amanda, hi. Does it really though? Because if so, hi. Not that I really wanted to know that, but it's still, if it does... I mean, I would have known, I guess, once he attacks me now. How I fail to understand how you're supposed to deal with the haste in general, because... Unless I pretty much bombard him with slows, which incidentally would have been from my White Mage 2, right? Where do I even have slow? Or is that only... It might actually only be on my Black Mage? Do I want to put this on the ninja? Yeah, now the most threatening thing by far is definitely his melee attacks, so it might be worth it to just do a big protect again, although... I really wonder how much health he has left. It can't be too much on his... At least I hope it isn't. I've hit him with so much stuff already. Although that might just be my perception because the fight's already been going on for so long. He just needs to do an attack. I don't know. I feel like I need to do that right now. Part of me just wants to try to get through it. Okay, 902, yeah. That's insane. It's not only that he, like, hastens himself and it just stays around pretty much, but it's also that even one haste can one-shot a couple of my party members. So I'm really unsure how you're even supposed to deal with it. Well, what the hell? Fight's messing with my mind, I feel like. I don't expect him to have, you know, an insane amount compared to the enemies that I fought before, but I mean, he's definitely a lot tougher than what I had to deal with up until now. Which is the difficult thing. I mean, this has been going on for a while now, so I don't know how close I am to killing him. But the biggest issue is that obviously every time a party member dies, they lose all their buffs and debuffs. Although at this point, every one of his melee attacks just one-shots every one of my characters either way. Let's try this one more, but if the... Yeah, it just misses. I can't really do much against his haste is the problem. I'm also fairly certain that I wouldn't be able to get a full heal off before he attacks. I mean, I can try. Yeah. It's really tough. Once one of your party members dies, it's so difficult getting them back. Great. Yeah. Looks like that's the end. Holy shit. I'm entirely unsure how this is supposed to work. 41? Is that because he's hastened and he pretty much gets additional defense too? Huh. I could try some last-ditch effort. Maybe I'm really close and I can just dish out some holies and kill him. I feel like my strategy is definitely lacking in a couple of places either way, so... Yeah. Hey, welcome back. Oh. Well, you came back at a at an awkward time, I guess. Holy shit, this thing's tough. Yeah. I mean, I'm fairly certain this is the last boss. I don't really know what the game would give you otherwise, or after it. But I definitely need to learn tactics, it feels like now. Because this guy is something else in comparison. Also, this fight lasted, what the well, okay, I talked a bit at the beginning, but it lasted for about half an hour, I want to say. I need to figure out something with my strat. Although in terms of stacking, it is really weird that that might be a limitation with how the game displays that kind of stuff, but I've never had to stack anything really throughout the entire game, and so I wasn't quite sure if that was even possible. The weirdest part is that for the most part, he's really not that tough. What makes him really difficult to deal with is his melee attack that he dishes out every once in a while, because that just, even without haste, is almost in one-shot territory of both my Black Mage and Ninja. But now I'm wondering, can I like stack Protect or something? I guess I can just try. Because otherwise, I really don't know how to get through this. Because if he's just... I survived there for a very, very long time. I wonder how much damage I dealt. If I try to sum it up. Because there were definitely quite... I basically went through at least 30 casts on my Black Mage. At least... which was about 150 each, I want to say. Well, okay, if we look back at the other bosses, I expect this guy to... I mean, maybe he has something like 9,000 HP? Maybe even more? So in that regard, it would make sense, considering that my melees hit him a bunch of times for about 300 or something. I mean, he has to have at least somewhere north of 8,000 HP, probably. Then again, he did a full heal somewhere at the start, which I also... He's probably programmed to do that once. Either after he lost a certain amount of HP, or just maybe has some sort of rotation that does that. But the only thing that I really have... let me double check on my magic here. The only thing that I really have, aside from a couple of... I could use those things that I bought in the desert that give me more defense. Yeah, I said he did a full heal, right? Unless he's cut more than that in terms of HP, but at that point it doesn't matter because he did it fairly early on, so it would have been a full heal either way. Let's see. I feel like I have so much at my disposal and so little that actually does anything. The biggest problem is also that, well, Null All is an individual spell. His magical stuff doesn't really do too much damage, so that's not the biggest problem, but it does just enough to where he can essentially do big melee hit on one of my melee guys and then do some sort of AoE next round and it's going to kill them, or at least kill the ninja. Because that was my biggest problem early on. If the ninja hadn't died that much, then all my other party members could have had. Because I had to use the knight a bunch of times to bring the ninja back up. So if I can avoid that somehow, I feel like I'm pretty good. Yeah, his big AoE spells aren't the most difficult thing to deal with. And countering his haste is going to be almost impossible to do unless I slow him down first, but that would require me to... Or can I even? The only thing that I have that does that, I think, is on the Black Mage, right? So, I mean, that stuff's pretty much useless. Null Shock, sure, I could try to cast all, but the more defensive stuff I cast, the more difficult it will be to bring that back up in case somebody dies. Unless I can somehow avoid dying in the first place. And invisibility, the weirdest part is that these always say they reduce damage by half. But I think there must be some calculations with defense and stuff in there as well, because I think it's more like a third with how the game calculates the damage. Yeah, I'm gonna go over to the Black Mage in a bit here. Well, I mean, I have most of what even exists within the game, I think. Except for maybe a couple of things. I did... It might... I really don't want to get back out, though. Okay, so in theory, if I could just stack Protect a couple of times, that would kind of maybe already solve the melee problem, potentially. I mean, once he's hastened twice, then we're getting into dangerous territory again, but I feel like if I can avoid my ninja dying so much in the first place, then I might even be able to kill him before he does the second haste, or at least I'd be way further down the line already in terms of his HP at that point. Question then just becomes, do I even want to put up stuff like this, or is that not really worth it? At least I have all my items back, right? So that's the wonder of quick save, I guess. Yeah. Really wish you could buy this. The problem is also that High Potion is so bad, right? And I had to use it a bunch of times because of how the math worked out against me. So... Thing is, I've never been able to actually get this off on any enemy. The problem, how many times did I use it? 3 times, right? So if the chance of hitting is anything below 50 or, well, below 30, let's say, then it's really not worth to do it. Okay, well, being able to slow him down would be awesome. But if I need to cast it like 5-6 times before it even hits... Although I always have to remember, the one thing that this game does fundamentally different to pretty much every single other game that I've played is it things stay, right? If he hastens one time, that stays. If I manage a slow somehow, that stays. But if that means wasting potentially 5-6 turns to get it off, I mean, it can, well, yeah, it would vastly prolong the battle, but at the end of the day, that's a difficult thing to calculate. Yeah, they're usually immune to that. Well, slow doesn't trivialize the fight. It's sort of a... Well, it's a counter haste, right? It's... I feel like it would make sense if they can be hit by something like slow. Pretty sure you cannot insta-kill a boss. That would be pretty pointless. Although it would be funny if there was like a 0.1% chance or something like that, if that happening. Thing is, as I said, I never got this off. I don't know if stops time, maybe that is an insta-kill and that's why it doesn't... Wait, no, that doesn't make sense because it paralyzes too. That is so... I mean, there's like, what, 5 different ways to insta-kill enemies in this game, which is funny at first, but obviously is really pointless in a boss fight. I mean, if in theory I would somehow be able to bolster my defenses, I could even try to get in stuff like this, right? If I'm hastening myself, I'm dealing a significant amount of damage more. That would be cool. But honestly, looking at my spells, I think pretty much the only chance that I have is that hopefully protect stacks. Because then I can work with that. Otherwise, that's going to be... Yeah, otherwise I would have to potentially even grind a bit more. Although I don't know even if 5 levels would make that much of a difference. Unless I'm a bit lucky and get a couple of HP increases on the ninja. Because that's really, really low, the HP. The Black Mage has the advantage of, first of all, not being targeted that often by him, but also not taking that much damage from the AoEs. So he can't really do the double up thing. I guess I'm just gonna try the double protect then. Because otherwise, how are you supposed to survive those melees? I also really thought that invisibility would do more. Because technically it raises evasion by a bunch, but it never feels like it has a significant enough effect. You know what? Let's start off with the Giant's Tonic. Possibly even, because that's the one item that I did forget about slightly. So maybe giving that to my most in danger party members would help. Then we're gonna go with the Protect right away, and we're gonna go with the Saber on Black Mage. Yeah, nice! Awesome start. Ninja just straight up misses Protect. Okay, cool. Right. Yeah, I kind of... How do I get him up? The problem is I don't really know when he's gonna... The warrior usually does that fairly early on, so... If I use the Phoenix down right away, he's pretty much instantly dead again. Yeah, that was pretty much the worst way this could start. Let's maybe throw out a... You know what? Let's just do that. Let's do a haste on him. Well, now how do I get my thief up? Ninja. White mage always takes so long to do stuff, but I pretty much need him, even though he's... Let's do that. Let him do the Giant's Tonic again. One party heal. Let's get out the spell real quick. Wait, what? Did I not target the... That was weird. Shit. I guess I mistargeted? $270 might barely be enough. Honestly, now that I've seen his damage, I'm not entirely sure if Protect stacks. Because I want to say that was pretty equal in terms of what he did last time, unless I got unlucky somehow. Well, nice that I wasted my X potion. You know what? Let's defend real quick. Just so that I can get my full heal out. Let's do a haste on him too. Oh, that's so much damage all of a sudden! That dealt way less last time. Most of the time anyways. And now he's lost all his buffs again. I almost want to start over. That's really, really tough to deal with. I mean, once you can get comfortably set up, I want to say that it helps. You know what? Might be worth testing some stuff. So what if I do another Giant's Tonic on the Black Mage? Is that even gonna help? Or does that not do anything? $194. There was only one hit though, right? Okay, it does something. So I could technically negate the problems that I have with low HP if I do it right away and then heal straight up through that. Once they're kind of set up, I mean, then it becomes easier, right? Yeah. A person dying just doesn't really help. 900. Okay, yeah, that haste does work too. Oh. Let me grab my cable. Damn controllers. I haven't even played for so long. Are you kidding me? Stream's been up for like 6 hours and controller's already getting low. Sony, do something! Yeah. Is there anything else that I would like to... Okay, I wanted to try that. See, if you target your party members like this, it shows the buffs you have up, right? But protect is just a buff. Oh god, I have to... Okay, well, that heal's kind of pointless. But even with the raised magical attack, that really doesn't do all too much, right? Okay, well at least the staff stays around, so I can technically use this stuff too, right? What was Saber again? You know what, honestly? The Giant's Tonic is probably one of the best items that exists in the game now, that I'm thinking about it. At least in terms of this. I don't think I'd be able to get that off, though. Let's just try if any of those things connect. Big problem is also the turn order in general is just very... It's kind of fucking me over in terms of getting people back up. It's very, very difficult to both revive them and heal them to full before he gets off an attack, simply because of the order that events are happening in. I was able to silence a boss one time, so I really wonder if you could do that here too. I mean, it would be crazy if it could happen. Oh, okay, let's do this again. I need to... My setup with the Giant's Tonic needs to be quicker. Because, I mean, it takes him quite a while to get his haste off, I want to say. And if I can hasten my warrior and my ninja, or knight and ninja, then I feel like that would already be a ton of damage right there. Might even be worth it to focus on that compared to... I mean, the Black Mage can provide some additional damage later on if it really needs to come down to that. But... technically, this should go off after those two. I wish I had a couple more defensive options with my Black Mage. Okay. So now, if the ninja dies now, then I really don't know what to do anymore with those guys. Okay. Do I want to do anything else? You are hastened, so it's probably worth it to attack with you. You can set up a Giant's Tonic on Mr. Black Mage over here, and you are going to set up a Protect for now. And then you can hasten the ninja. I don't like that he attacked my knight twice in a row with... That's not nice. Don't want to lose you right away. Is there really nothing else that would help me? Does this stack with hasten? Because if so, that would be pretty crazy. Of course, I hate it. Like, why? Ugh. It's so difficult to predict what he's going to do. Okay, it's so difficult. What makes more sense here? I don't know if I... Now I'm thinking about hastening my weight mage, but I don't know if that even helps. What else do I have that could help here? Is somebody missing defense right now? Haste? Well, he's got protect, right? So all three of them still have protect up. Let's just go for an attack. I need to deal damage at some point. I mean, the damage that you can deal with your melee attackers being hastened is quite crazy. It's just insanely difficult to keep them alive. Because now what? He's alive, cool. But Mr. Chaos guy over here is just gonna kill him right away. Yeah, that's... Oh, man! He's not always doing that, though. That's what's so annoying about it. Sometimes the warrior does get off his stuff. Is he double hastened now? Why are you suddenly going first? Oh, great. Now he's up again. And I lost my X potion. Okay, let's see. I mean, the only chance that I have is to somehow get him up. Up to snuff. Might as well double down on that. Okay, there's his full heal. Nice. At least it gives me some breathing room. Okay. Well, that was double, but better than nothing, I guess. So you guys are gonna keep attacking. He's only got haste currently. Let's keep that one. Oh boy, there's his first hasten. That's not good. I feel like my setup isn't even complete because he kept killing my stuff. Okay. Big heal. How the hell is the Black Mage all of a sudden down so much? That's so insane. Maybe that gives him additional defense, hopefully. He's still, I mean, that's almost 700 HP, but it feels like that's still way too close to one-shot range with what Chaos can do now. Although I did give him the additional, like, drink. Let's do a null all on him. Don't really know if that's a good idea yet, but let's do it. Does he still have... yeah. Both have haste, right? Protect. Man, there's so much stuff on my party! What the hell? Set that up. Okay. I feel like the one mistake that I'm making is that I need to preemptively heal more. So now I'm already getting way too close to dying again. But it's so difficult to anticipate though. Okay, that really didn't deal that much damage. That's good. Can at least get the evasion possibly up a little bit further. Right, let's just do a party heal right away. My damage output is really, really good now, though. I mean, not from my Black Mage, but from my two melee attackers. So with a little bit of luck, I might be able to get through it this way. I mean, the Giant's Tonic definitely helps out a huge amount here. Simply because it allows you to really, really bolster up your defenses. That sheer absolute amount in HP makes such a big difference. Okay, let's maybe do a preemptive small heal here. I really don't know if I can stack this further, honestly. Should I just try? I mean, the attack from my Black Mage really isn't that high. Oh, that was a nasty amount of damage. You know what? Might as well do it. No. I don't think it does anything else. Maybe because I'm already at the maximum. That could be it. Also, I feel like his haste might actually be based on the amount of HP he still has. Or something. Because I want to say that came out quite a bit earlier than last time. So maybe that comes out whenever he is, you know, getting close to dying. But yeah, I think my problem is that I'm already at the maximum number of attacks, which seems to be 16. So doing another haste just doesn't do anything. Whereas for him, his normal attack only hits once and already does like 200 something damage. So if he hastens himself, then it hits twice and then like 3 or 4 times, which obviously is pretty insane in terms of the damage that happens then. You know what? Might as well do that if I get lucky. Yeah. Oh, 999 is the maximum amount of HP though. So that's good to know. Cool. I guess at least we've established that. Cool. Cool. Well, that was unfortunate that hit. What a fucking difference that makes right away. Do I just want to throw out another Protect just for good measure? Getting really low on healing here. You know what? I'm kind of fine at the moment. So let's put a Dry Ether up. And obviously reapply the haste. I want to say it's lower damage than last time, but that might be because I doubled up on Protect and the tonic that gives you additional thingies. He's gonna attack him again, isn't he? He is. Fuck. I should have used an elixir on him. He's really focusing him down whenever he sees the chance to kill him. Well, that stuff's probably gonna get applied before then, right? That's really nasty that he can do that. That he can, like, double down so much on one person or attacking one person. Well, now I just need to hope that his stuff is gonna go off first. He needs to keep attacking. That's so... Aww. That's so crazy that he constantly can just throw that out. Because also now it's getting difficult to heal up again. Okay, you keep attacking. You just do a party heal. And you need to bring him back up. He also seems to specifically focus down the knight with melee attacks for some reason. Well, now what? I could just hope to get that off again, right? Because, I mean, what else am I gonna do? Unless you go first this time? That doesn't actually help. Well, shit. Okay. That actually kind of helped this time. I did it! Holy shit. Oh boy. Fucking hell, what a crazy fight. What the fuck? And it just goes right into, okay. The time loop was severed at last. The land looks really beautiful here. The endless struggle that raged over 2,000 years had ended, and peace prevailed once more. The light of the four crystals restored the forces of wind, water, earth, and fire. Cue the music, yeah. It was a mere trick of fate that had given rise to the chain of Garland's wrath. It was pretty... I didn't even know what happened there because the music just stopped all of a sudden from the fight. Oh boy. But magnified by the four forces, meant to guide our world, that trick of fate also gave birth to the Fiends. Monsters had run rampant as the world sank into darkness. But all that is now past. Whoa, what an ending to this game as well. With the four forces flowing as they were meant, the warriors prepared to cross time and return to the world they knew. A world where Princess Sarah, Queen Jane, and even Garland himself await. When was this fateful day that sent time spiraling into a loop? None can say. Really? It is a pretty big mystery, though. I wouldn't say that comes out of nowhere. No. It's the setup is kind of cool, but it's very, very mysterious, honestly. It seemed the cycle into which time had fallen would last forever, but the bravery of four young travelers changed that. They took the forces that filled the world with darkness and used them to bathe the world in light. None will ever recall the struggle the four endured, for the breaking of the chain means that it never existed. Bit sad though, right? None will ever know what heroes they were. But within the tales of fantasy that people tell, the memory of their deeds lives on. The Final Fantasy, that is. Tales of dwarves and elves, of dragons and shining civilizations that reached for the heavens even as they fell. And now, their return is upon us. With the memory of their struggle buried deep in their hearts, they will quietly watch over our world. It is a very beautiful fairy tale ending, isn't it? which, you know, given the game makes a whole lot of sense, but it's very well executed too, especially considering that it's just words and a screen. Remember always that the forces of the world must be used as they were intended, that the power of light must never be used for dark, and that the true crystals reside in your heart. Aw, but you are the warrior who crossed time. You are the bringer of light. The fantasy will live on finally. That's also a good way of putting it. And again, very, very interesting that, or not again, but I never really considered Warriors of Light necessarily being connected to that idea of having traveled through time. Because that's very much what the Warriors of Light do in 14, at least eventually. It wasn't the original idea, obviously, with 1.0. But it became that later on, which is... So they just sort of effortlessly incorporated that idea into 14 as well. Huh. Pretty insane. What an awesome ending. The game really didn't pull any punches there at the end, right? It just straight up smacks you in the face with that enemy. Holy shit. But what a beautiful kudos to these people that obviously worked both on the original and also on the Pixel Remaster. Very, very beautifully done version, and I think an awesome way to experience the history of this great franchise. Well, if it's really so great, we're gonna discover, I guess, once I get to the other games, but it's definitely an amazing start. And the music was already great. Sure, there are a couple of small little bits and pieces here and there that I think could have been improved upon, or I maybe would have done differently, but overall I think it's a really, really good game, honestly. And it does what it does really well, which is what was especially so surprising to me, is that you know, if you were to put up a direct comparison between this game and, you know, your more modern RPGs, on paper, you could say that it does a lot less overall, right? It's way less complex, it does way less things. But the things that it does, it just really does well. And so it's just fits well. It doesn't even need to do more because it already does what it does pretty well. Oh, I would get the music back. Yeah, it was a really, really enjoyable experience. Very much looking forward to the next ones. Still a lot more to discover. It also had a pretty good length, I want to say. Right? It doesn't really... Well, that's difficult to compare, you know, with the original. I definitely had that one instance where I did turn off the random encounters to finally find where the hell the airship was supposed to be. But I mean, that's the beauty of the Pixel Remaster. I'm going to say that it works well in terms of the time investment. That I mean that more or less specifically for this version, because obviously I don't really have anything else to compare it to. But it's really, really good length. I think it allows you to get into the origins of the series without having to commit, you know, your... I almost want to say usual 200 hours that an RPG would take nowadays, right? And overall, it surprised me, as I kept mentioning, it surprised me a number of times just with how much more it had to offer than I initially thought, but it also, it brings in new things whenever it needs to. I never felt that it, you know, got boring or that it even got too easy. I think at the end of the day, that was what, my third attempt on the final boss, right? Even though, well, okay, I don't know how much we can count that second one, but that's kind of what I want, right? It doesn't like overstay its welcome. It doesn't suddenly ramp up difficulty to insane levels where you need to, I don't know, suddenly learn a game that previously had been quite a bit on the easier side, but it's still, that last boss really forced you to finally, put in all the knowledge you'd gained across the game and combine various different items and things into making it through. And, well, one thing that I also... Okay, it slightly depends on the game, but where Monster Hunter brings in that idea of, not having any health bars available, I think that works so well here too. I mean, I know that most of the later Final Fantasies don't really have that either, right? But it really, really works well. I think it's a neat idea to not really, because you wouldn't have that in a, well, saying real life encounter, difficult to make a comparison there, but just keeps you on your toes, makes it seem way more threatening, and you never quite know, you don't even know initially how much HP they have. You can kind of go off of, the other bosses, which is maybe, I mean, couple smaller criticisms that I could come up with are maybe, I think especially early game bosses, but also bosses in general, except for the last one, could have definitely used a couple of tweaks here and there. Nothing major, just, I think, overall increase HP a bit, and maybe... I mean, what made Chaos so difficult at the end was definitely his hasten, which I'm not entirely sure, but I want to say it might be based on his HP whenever he casts that, similar to his Cure in the beginning being based on, I think, based on HP or maybe number of turns. Not entirely sure, but yeah, the other bosses I sometimes felt like either I was too fast to get through them, so they never got to their bigger stuff or more challenging stuff, but I wish that they would have had a bit more HP and just similar to Chaos, sort of a almost signature move that really keeps you on your toes, and at least you'd have to bring in, a bit more knowledge and tactical analysis, tactical thinking, right? But to be honest, the game did it at the perfect time, right? At the very, very end, that's where you want to have your biggest, baddest, most difficult encounter, most difficult boss, and they did that. Perfect difficulty all around, I want to say. Maybe the last dungeon, I mean, sometimes the random encounters did feel a little bit too easy as the game went on. Although, what I did like is that they change up the enemies you fight a bunch of times, right? So, usually with a lot of RPGs, they have a very, very small pool of enemies, and that small pool just changes dramatically, and enemies get, stronger and stronger as the game goes on. But in any given location, usually it's not that many enemies that you can fight, but they're gonna be on the level they want them to be, right? Whereas here, that's quite different. Sure, there's always this one or two groups of enemies that ramp up the difficulty whenever you get to a new zone, but overall they still keep weaker enemies around too. So you have, and that actually creates a cool breakup where you're not constantly, it's not this, especially with random encounters, you can get into this, I don't know, well, as we already talked about at one point, that it gets annoying, right? That it gets too just annoying to get through. If the enemies are tough and you need to think about what you're doing, but not tough enough to where they're really a challenge, they're still your usual random encounter that you just need to get through, then it becomes annoying. But since they're breaking it up so much with enemies having, sometimes fairly low-level enemies actually appearing even in the endgame dungeon, it makes things a bit more relaxing, I feel like, right? it means that not every random encounter you run into is always going to take ages or is going to be this super tough battle that you need to get through. So I like that. It's a really, really cool setup. It has a good enemy variety. I mean, sure, there's recolors and stuff, but overall, I think the bestiary has, what, 120 entries? Perfectly fine. Pretty much right what you want for the world and how it's set up. Oh yeah, if you're heading to bed. Thanks for hanging out. It was a lot of fun, as always, and sleep well. And what I was especially surprised by, but I also think what the game does the best is really its combination of both having fairly linear storytelling, even though it's not really telling that much, right? It's a bunch of NPCs talking to you, and the overall story is pretty cool, but I would say it very much works a bit like a D&D campaign, where it gives you a bunch of really, really interesting concepts, honestly, and interesting characters and interesting things to work with, but the game itself doesn't really, you know, fully realize it. It kind of expects you to fill in the gaps, I want to say, in your mind, right? Your mind can create way, way more out of the story and out of the world to that degree. I think that is also something with the world map, for example, that is set up very well, where it just sparks your imagination, right? Instead of just listing a bunch of places you could have gone to, right? The end. And one thing that I just thought of is also the crystals flowing at you. Isn't that going through time, if you will? That's the exact same animation they're doing when you're traveling through time in 14. Oh boy. What a great game. What a perfect way to begin Final Fantasy, honestly. Right. Save completed game data. Yes. Data saves progress up to the final boss. Okay. Let's just put that in slot 2. I haven't even... The quick game save slot is my actual save. The other one's like 5 hours ago. Okay. I wonder where it puts you. Save complete. Return to title screen. Yes. And there we go. Once again, very... I always... What's another word to say that? Because simple and basic just sounds negative, and it really isn't meant like that. Elegant. I don't know. Elegant ending to this game, either way. It tells you what happened, right? It tells you everything's fine now. It doesn't really need to do much else. That's it. Fairy tale over, fantasy fulfilled, world rescued. That's nice. I would have liked to know like a tiny bit more information on the time traveling aspect, maybe. Like, how did it start? At least like a small hint. And why was it a 2,000-year loop exactly? But that was kind of arbitrarily chosen, maybe. Okay, let's take one quick... Where does it load you in if you select this file? Okay, right outside. That makes sense. Well, that's pretty cool. So you can essentially go back and just do other things, like getting that one remaining chest that I overlooked. And it does give you information on Chaos as well, so let's take a look. Oh, never mind. It doesn't. Okay. So we don't know how much HP he has. I'm still gonna go out and say that it is probably... Either it's simply 9,999, because I feel like that would roughly fit with the number of turns that I needed to deal with him. Might be more, though. It's funny that it says defeated once. So if I go in and kill him again, is it gonna say 2? Tiamat. Oh, this is the stronger version. Nice. 5,500. I was able to churn through that quite quickly, honestly. Yeah, the Kraken is... I would say the Kraken overall is definitely the weakest out of the 4. Least memorable as well. Chaos. I've bested you once again! Great reminder of the Final Fantasy XIV raid series too. Well. Let's see. Is there anything else that we can... Not really. I thought that maybe we'd be able to look at other stuff. Maybe in the main menu? Oh, that was before I entered, right? Whoa. Wait, so it took me 2.5 hours? Oh, because I took my lunch break in between. But it's still about 2 hours through that dungeon. That's honestly longer than I thought. Huh. Okay, it's gonna give me pretty much the same save file. Nice, nice. 29 hours. Well, I mean, you have to add the hours or minutes that I lost due to wiping. So it's definitely an added half an hour for my first attempt out Chaos. And then I wiped like 2 or 3 times throughout the playthrough. So I would say it's roughly 30 hours overall. Which, as I mentioned, is a pretty cool... That's a pretty good playtime, honestly. I might have taken it a bit slower. Obviously, if you skip a couple chests, skip a couple things here and there, which you could definitely do. And or turn encounters off for a couple of places. Because that wouldn't really... I would say that in terms of the experience that you gain... You can pretty much turn off encounters in a variety of places and it would still be fine, simply because, you know, once you get to stronger enemies, obviously they're also going to give you more XP again. So, in theory, your grinding would just be more efficient. And obviously you can just turn on XP. Yeah, honestly, if you don't have that much time, right? If you say, okay, I just want to experience the game, but I don't really want to grind or anything really, just turn off encounters in the overworld maybe, right? So just do encounters in the dungeons and instead turn on or change experience gain to like twice as much or something. That would probably roughly account to what you would need at the end of the day. I can't get over the fact that the Giants tonics in the end were the one really, really big change that I had to my strategy. That meant that I was really able to survive a lot of his attacks. And my knight even went down later on, right? But thankfully he was still, I guess, damaged enough to where it was fine. Because when that happened, and that was definitely my fault. I could have healed, I should have healed, and I just didn't do it. Because I knew he was going to go for him again with a melee attack in the next turn. But, oh well. It still turned out fine. Right. Let's just double check. If I go back to the title screen. Because we still have... What does it say here? Oh yeah, we have the music player and the gallery. Bestiary would be the same, right? So I'm missing, what, 2, 3, 4, 5, it looks like, okay. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna ever go back and, because I'm really not an achievement hunter, right? So I don't know if I would ever be interested in grabbing the rest of the achievements. An image to view? Oh, that's really cool. Oh, there's a bunch of them here. I didn't know that it had that. And then we have the music player, obviously. Arrangement, play on, switch list, original, okay. So what is that last song called? You have the end theme. So that's what plays when the text scrolls past, right? Final battle is really good. That's really cool. It's just called Final Battle though, okay. Try to keep victory. That's the first time you enter Chaos Shrine though. Here's the opening. It's dungeon. Huh. Feels like the final dungeon isn't in here, unless I'm overlooking that somehow. Maybe it's like at the end of some other theme or something? That's very weird. Okay, let's have a quick look through this. Title splash, that's the logo, obviously. One thing that I'm incredibly surprised by, though, is who is this Warrior of Light that is present in the title itself? Because I expected him to show up at some point. Because that's not Garland, right? That's not the dude we're fighting. That's not Chaos either. Well, obviously not. So is this supposed to be the knight you're playing with? Maybe one of our party members? Or is it just... I don't know. I felt like, considering how people went crazy when he showed up in 14, I want to say that I expected, I don't know, some grand entry of the Warrior of Light at some point. Not that it really needed it. I just... honestly quite surprised that he didn't turn up. Old title splash by Her Majesty's side. Which Majesty, though? Or was that Garland before he turned evil or something? Before the time loop started? And what's the small little dragon on his shoulder doing? Princess Sarah? These images are awesome. I wonder why they even, I guess maybe for art books or additional illustrations in the manual or something. Because it obviously isn't used in game. It's just this tiny little pixel figurine, right, in the actual game. Uncharted Lands. God, that's so cool. Imagine a remake of a game like this. I mean, obviously you'd have to add like tons of stuff, but I don't know how much of a maybe you could do like a sequel to it, like a Final Fantasy 1-2, right? Flying Fortress. Wow. Was that our airship there? That looks way more mechanical than I imagined. Huh. Almost looks like a Garlean ship from 14. Battling the dragon. Wait, what dragon? Wait a second, when did we battle a dragon? This is not Tiamat. Maybe it's a random one? Ochu? Oh yeah, maybe these are just random monsters. That's so crazy though, right? Looking at this art, that's so different to how it actually is in game. I guess when I'm looking at the armor here, maybe your knight, the knight of your party, is supposed to be the Warrior of Light that's on the title screen. The Kraken, the Behemoth. Wait, Behemoth? There's no Behemoth in the game though. Or did I miss him? Cloud Sea Jin. These are crazy designs. Chaos Enthroned. Chaos himself, huh? Warrior of Light. So I guess these were other versions or possible versions of the logo. The Djinn. Goblin. Random goblin. Basilisk. Yeah. It's so crazy to think that back then they still did these amazing artworks and enemy designs, right? It's almost sad to think about that they ultimately always end up just being a tiny sort of pixelated version of them. Although, I mean, you know, to give them even more credit, it's pretty amazing how your mind can fill in the details, because the way they're portrayed in game, sure, it's very low detail, if you will, right? It's just a bunch of pixels, but I mean, this is still pretty much what you have in mind. So clearly this is kind of necessary to figure out, okay, which details do we want to keep, which details do we have to keep for the player to be able to imagine what these things look like just beyond the pixels, right? Yeah, I'd imagine that a couple of these, maybe they... Because I feel like the monsters are still kind of in game, although the behemoth, I want to say, isn't really there. It's just a maybe rough, you know, random encounter that looks like them. Oh yeah, maybe they planned them to be boss encounters as well at some point. The Djinn, for example, because those are normal enemies. There's quite a few of those Djinn-type enemies in the game, right? But there was never a big Djinn battle at any point. So maybe they switched that over to the Lich later on. And it was supposed to be Djinn at first. I mean, they look somewhat similar, I want to say. These are awesome. And they're pretty much drawn exactly like the sprite at the end turns out to be, right? Rakshasa. Now that also makes more sense what the sprite was. These were a bit difficult to see. It's because they're supposed to have arms and legs, right? But the head of a tiger? Yeah, it's way harder than you'd think, right? Because just looking at it, you'd assume, oh, there's a bunch of pixels. How hard can it be? But yeah, actually making it convey what you originally wanted to display there, that must have been really, really hard. And it's something that probably the people that designed these pictures already had to think about, right? Because they probably, well, they could only add so much detail. They needed to think about, well, how do we translate that into pixels? Which is probably also why they drew them like this and in black and white. Because this way you can, I mean, that's always sort of a trick for artists, right? Is that they turn on black and white on whatever they're designing, and it still needs to pretty much show at least rough shapes, and it still needs to make up, like the picture should still make sense if you're looking at it in black and white and you're purely sort of looking at light values, which can easily be, well, if you're working just in color, you can easily forget how important the brightness value is as well. And well, if they designed it like this, they probably already had in mind, okay, you know, these parts we're gonna make darker, these parts are gonna be lighter, no matter how we ultimately make them as pixels, but this black and white design probably helped a bunch in figuring out, okay, what are the details you really need to pick out. For example, here, the wings, right, would need to be prominently displayed. Obviously, the outline needs to come through somewhat. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. I always like when games just add this. It's not much, but it's really, really fun to look through. He looks funny. What happened there? Why does he have such a large head? Those are small arms even for a T-Rex, though. Poor T-Rex. Always getting made fun of because of his little arms. For my channel, everything I made myself so far. Takes a long time though, because I'm really not that good at it. I mean, I do like to draw every once in a while, but it's not really something that I do much. So it just takes me very, very long, and I constantly need to look up stuff and shortcuts and whatnot in the programs that I use. Nightmare. It looks pretty beautiful for a nightmare though, right? Just judging by the picture, I would just call it a normal. It's beautiful, what are they called? Don't remember their English name. And there we have the normal bosses. Lich, he looks pretty awesome. Merilith, still no idea why she has a name, but sure. The Kraken. Tiamat. Does Tiamat typically have multiple heads? Because the one in 14 certainly doesn't. Man, means okay. What did I use in terms of the pro? I'm using, I mean, for the designs and stuff, I'm using Affinity Photo. Although Photoshop back in the day, until it, like the old, very, very old version that I had wasn't supported anymore. Other than that, pretty much just, well, your typical OBS to just add that stuff together. There he is, Chaos. Pretty awesome design too. He has like those skull thingies, cat skull, lion skulls on his kneecaps, and some weird snake that's coming out of his belly, I think. Honestly, pretty crazy design. Okay, and that's it. Well, really, really awesome. Such an awesome way to start the series, and I'm just super looking forward to what the other games do and change or don't change, and how they evolve this series. The second game did release. It must have released somewhat close to the first though, right? I want to say that the earlier ones, they were definitely much, much closer together than now, because... Okay, how long has it been since 15? That came out in, what, 2015? Or was it a bit later? 2016? But, I mean, think about that, right? They probably released all 6 first Final Fantasies in the same time span that they now release 2. So, and 15 was massively delayed as well. But it makes sense, right? I mean, games have gotten more and more complex over time, but it is pretty crazy to think about how they just churned them out back then. And then even more interesting to think about, okay, what did they change and why? Because sometimes they also just took over, like, I don't know, Ocarina of Mask. Majora's Mask takes from Ocarina of Time. Like they basically just reused all assets, but it's still a fantastic game because they knew what they were doing. They had a concept in mind and really just executed it insanely well. So sometimes it can be a good thing, right? I feel like, why reinvent the wheel if at least parts of it are already really, really good, right? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did it myself. It's sometimes it's just really, really hard to come up with ideas, right? Actually make it look good. So you just go through a bunch of different versions and tries and to find something that looks good. Because actually doing it isn't necessarily the hard part. Coming up with an idea is, however. Well. Sadly though, or not sadly, depending, I won't be diving into the next Final Fantasy right away, I don't think, because we have Tears of the Kingdom coming up in about 2 weeks, and I thought about maybe diving a bit into Breath of the Wild for a little bit before it comes out. Not necessarily for too long, but in a weird twist of fate, I never actually completed Breath of the Wild. In the sense that I beat the last boss. I pretty much played through the entire game. I want to say I got almost everything. I don't know if I did every shrine. I definitely did not find every Korok. But yeah, I did most of what there was to do in Breath of the Wild, except for beating the last boss. So I thought, you know, why not do like a quick playthrough? Maybe mainly go for the 4 Divine Beasts and then finish the game. Also to refresh myself of the world and everything, because honestly, I played it when it came out, but never went back to it. It was just, okay, it was a cool game, but I guess overall Breath of the Wild did have some, like it's an amazing experience when you go through it the first time, but it definitely also, it's missing elements that make it a truly long-lasting experience. It can get somewhat samey towards its end, I felt like, which is probably also why I never went back and did the final boss. But might as well do that before Tears of the Kingdom comes out. And also that might give me a better idea of how the world truly changes. Because if I just were to play the new one right away, I'm not entirely sure how much I would remember in terms of how the world changed or what changed, right? So it might be good to have a refresher there. Don't make it a marathon. Yeah, that's what I was also thinking about. As much as I want to see the series and see like how it evolved, especially playing all of them. Oh boy, that would be quite the tough challenge. Yeah, they wanted to be all Mario games in a row. That in and of itself already sounds... Well, it always depends on how you're doing it, right? Because in theory, you could try to pretty much go to the end right away compared to, you know, doing like a... Well, not 100% run, but certainly a run that's close to that. But yeah, especially considering that these older Final Fantasies are somewhat... Well, I don't really know, but I expect them to be somewhat similar in a lot of areas, right? I mean, the graphics certainly aren't going to change that much. They might to a certain degree, but not that much. And then they're all still turn-based RPGs. They're all roughly, you know, taking place in a, well, not a similar world, but you get the idea, right? They definitely share a bunch of stuff. And so I thought that maybe breaking it up in terms of, you know, Final Fantasy, something else, Final Fantasy, something else. Something like that would be better. Although with the exception here, of course, that I want to play through Breath of the Wild first before Tears of the Kingdom, and then might as well come back to Final Fantasy 2. Yeah. Well, that's it for today, though. Awesome thing. I like this game. It was really... I went through it in a week, didn't I? Well, okay, with 30 hours it is possible, although honestly a bit longer than I had originally planned, but either way. It was a lot of fun, so thanks for hanging out, thanks for being here, and maybe we'll see each other on the next one. So I just hope that, you know, you have a great rest of your morning, day, evening, or night, wherever you are, and until then. Bye-bye, have a good one.